Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the December 9th Town of Islip Planning Board meeting. If you're just joining us and you would like to speak, if you're an applicant, please hit the Q&A function at the bottom of the screen. Let us know what application you're here to speak on, and we will sign you up for that one. If you're a member of the community and would like to speak, please also hit the Q&A function at the bottom of the screen and let us know what application you would like to speak on, and we will sign you up to speak. For applicants, as we're doing these new Zoom planning board meetings, we ask that you limit your presentation to 30 minutes. We'll let you know if you're approaching that time or when you're at that time. For members of the community, we ask each of you to limit your comments to 3 minutes, and we'll also let you know when you are approaching the 3-minute mark. Our goal is to make sure everybody gets an opportunity to speak and that we're not keeping people overnight to conduct the meeting. If you're joining us by phone, not to worry if you can't hit the Q&A function. When you would like to speak during a public hearing, please hit the *9 on your phone and we will know that you'd like to speak and we'll call upon you to speak. Just quickly going to do a roll call and then we'll start the meeting. Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Bruno?
Here.
Ms. Cruz?
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Ruggieri?
Here.
Mr. Matamore?
Here.
Mr. Moriarty?
Here.
Everyone is here. Barbara, can you hear everybody clearly?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Great. And I just ask everybody to please speak loudly and slowly and clearly so that our court reporter who's on the screen right now can take down everything that you're saying. So that being said, we'll go ahead and start the meeting. First item on the agenda, site plan modification public hearing, Islip Terrace Fire District Substation SP 2018-044, north side of Manhattan Boulevard, number 345, 300 feet east of Belmore Avenue, Islip Terrace. Applicant requests buffer and landscaping relaxations as well as a parking determination in connection with the demolition of an existing fire substation and construction of a new substation. Is the applicant here?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go right ahead when you're ready.
All right. I'm Thomas Bloor, the architect for the project, 60 Carlton Avenue, Suite 202, Islip Terrace, New York. The intent of this application is to demolish the existing substation and get a new substation. The proposed first floor is 3,000 square feet, contains an apparatus bay, handicap bathroom, storage room, and mechanical room. The proposed second floor is 2,275 square feet and contains a ready room, men's and women's handicap bathrooms, 2 offices, and a break room. Both the existing and the proposed substation are unmanned buildings that are monitored remotely by dispatch at the main headquarters. In the event that a fire or accident is in closer proximity to the substation, members are called to this location from the main headquarters in order to provide a faster response time to the local neighborhood. The building is designed with a brick facade and gable roof line to blend in with the nature and character of the surrounding residential neighborhood. To the northwest and east are residential properties, and to the south is Connecticut Elementary School. Requesting buffer and landscape relaxations, as well as a parking determination. The existing site contains asphalt in the rear and the side yard buffer zones, whereas our new proposal will provide as much of a landscaping buffer as possible surrounding 3 sides of the building adjacent to the residential neighbors. We've also reviewed the draft site modification conditions provided by the planning department with my client, and we're in full agreement with all conditions as stated in the letter dated 12/9/2020. As far as parking, we're providing 20 total parking stalls, including a handicap stall and loading area. And if the board should have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. We should have a representative from the fire district, Bart Google. I'm not sure if he's in yet, but he was going to speak on behalf of the fire district on their parking needs.
I do see a William Glass. Would that be the person?
Will Glass is the attorney for the district, so he's on as well. And then you might also see Wayne Alden, who's the construction manager for the project.
Okay. I don't know if Wayne Alvin is here. Let me see. Mr. Alvin, are you with us? I do not see Wayne Alvin here. Oh, Wayne Alden, A-L-D-E-N?
Correct, yes.
I do see him at the bottom, okay. He's in the
Chairman,
attendees.
it's Wendy. I'm going to bring him in right now.
Okay. Mr. Alden, you should be on now if you're ready to go.
Mute. Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Sorry. I've been here. So.
Did you want to add anything?
No, just as Tom had noted, Bart from the fire district, I believe, is on, and I'm here in case there's any necessary questions for me to answer as well.
Okay, thank you. So then we will go to the public hearing. I do not see anybody who wishes to be heard on the public hearing. If you joined us by phone and would like to be heard on this one, please hit *9 on your phone now. Not seeing anyone to speak on this, I'm going to turn to Mr. Gonzalez to give us a staff report, and then we'll come back for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This Residence A zoned almost half-acre site, as Mr. Bloor stated, is currently improved with the existing one-story fire substation. Originally CO'd in 1966, the property was given an area variance by the Board of Appeals the year prior, based on the strategic location and need for the area. Additional variances for the new building will be required from the ZBA for lot area, FAR, and some lighting, but that is, under that board's jurisdiction. The proposal before you tonight, as Mr. Bloor stated, would be the complete demolition of the existing building, as well as all the pavement on site. New two-story substation will be constructed towards the rear, as you can see on the attached site plan. First floor, 4 truck bays and mostly mechanical generator rooms. Second floor has break room, offices, bathroom, and some additional storage. All the angled stalls that are currently on the site are being eliminated and reconfigured, as you see before you there, basically to meet current code, while also providing enough room for the fire trucks to adequately maneuver into and out of the site. Buffer and landscaping relaxations will be required, along with the allowance of overhead doors facing the street, as well as a parking determination by this board. As most of the site is currently paved, the plan before you is a vast improvement that provides a well-planted dense buffer around the building at the north end of the property. Also, as the property is surrounded by residential zones on all 3 sides, none of the green space that you see on the plan can technically be counted towards their landscaping requirements. So that is why they need that relaxation. The parking along the sides in front of the building, may not have the typical green screen hedge because of the narrow space, but they will have a required 6-foot chain link with stockade fence, tapering down to 4 feet near the street as is required, as well as the landscaping that you see, on each side of the curb cut that's being installed, which should provide adequate screening. The new overhead doors, which were or are currently very close to Manhattan Boulevard right now, are now going to be set back almost 125 feet from the street. And then, as is standard procedure for these type of applications, the fire commissioner, will speak on the record stating that the amount of stalls being provided on site is adequate for their needs. So based on that, staff recommends the board grant the application subject to the attached conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Any questions from the board?
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, if I may, this is Bill Glass. I'm the attorney for the district.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Glass.
May I? Thank you. I note that the representative from the fire district does not seem to be online right now. And I wonder if I might just very briefly speak to that parking issue on behalf of my client. My appearance is William F. Glass, 503 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777. And for your information, My practice in general is the representation of the fire and EMS service. I represent about 30 different agencies throughout Suffolk County. So it is an area that I am well versed in addition to being myself almost a 50-year member of the Port Jefferson Fire Department. So with that, I just want to comment. I've been counsel to this fire district for a number of years. I've been intimately aware and familiar of the preparation of the plans and drawings that are before you. And I know that from the fire district's perspective, that the 20 parking places are both necessary and adequate to the task. This, like all substation firehouses, which this is, it's unoccupied most of the time. The parking need will really only occur in times of an alarm or possibly a standby emergency, in which event we certainly would need a significant amount of parking at that time, and the 20 will suffice because of the fact that there will only be a couple of pieces of apparatus that are housed here. This is not going to be a full firehouse with 5, 6, 7 pieces of apparatus. It's relatively minimal, and so the 20 spaces will be adequate to that task.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Not seeing any.
I believe the commissioner may have raised his hand.
Is that the commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. BGUGEL. I just brought him in, I think.
All right, can anybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, can you see me?
Can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, I was just, I don't know if I'm doing this correct, but I was just here to state that we need approximately 15 parking spots for our needs. And
Can you just state your name and title for the record?
oh, I'm sorry. My name is Bart Gugel, Gugel. I'm the co-chairman of the Islip Terrace Fire Department.
Thank you. Thank you. Sean, that's adequate. Oh, Sean, sorry, Tanner, that's adequate for what you need.
Yep, that was perfect.
Great, thank you. If there's nothing further from the applicant, there are no questions from the board. I'll ask for a motion.
Chairman?
Mr. Moriarty,
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to close the public hearing and grant the application as presented, subject to the CNRs that are attached.
thank you. There's a motion by Mr. Moriarty to close the public hearing and grant the application subject to the CNRs. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Bruno. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? The application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 2 on the agenda, Planning Board application, public hearing, GSM 7. And let me just state for the record, we're going to take items number 2, 3, and 4 together. Planning Board application, public hearing, GSM 717-725 LLC, PB 2020-022, northeast corner of Veterans Memorial Highway, State Route 454, and Broadway Avenue, Holbrook, 725 Broadway Avenue. Applicant requests a planning board special permit for a warehouse use in the industrial corridor district pursuant to 68-466.1B. Site plan modifications are also requested as part of this application. Item 3 is GSM 717-725 LLC, which is PB 2020-023, east side of Broadway Avenue, Holbrook, 717 Broadway. Applicant requests a planning board special permit for the outdoor overnight parking of registered vehicles as accessory to a warehouse use in the Industrial 1 District pursuant to 68-340.1C. Site plan modifications are also requested as part of this application. Item number 4 is Milvato Properties Group LLC, PB 2020-024, north side of Veterans Memorial Highway, State Route 454, east Broadway Avenue, Holbrook, 5901 Veterans Memorial Highway. Applicant requested modification of planning board special permit conditions associated with PB 1999-09 in order to increase the size and change the layout of the outdoor overnight parking area for registered vehicles. Site plan modifications are also requested as part of this application. Good evening to the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Appearing on behalf of the applicant, Eugenio Di Nicola, 200 Railroad Avenue, Sayville.
Gene, it's a little hard to hear you. I'm not sure if you're can speak into the microphone or a little louder. Others are having the same problems, or just me? I'm getting
No, I had the same low volume.
Okay.
All right. Can you hear better now, Mr. Chairman?
It's a little better. It's still a little lower compared to the rest. I'm not sure what it is, but if you speak loud, should be able to hear you.
All right, I do have a loud voice. All right, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Eugenio Di Nicola, 200 Railroad Avenue, Sayville, New York. Mr. Chairman, if I may proceed, just quickly, since each application gets 30 minutes, do I get 90 minutes?
Gene, I'm just going to ask you if you, I don't know if everybody can hear you clearly, and then I'll answer your question, but from the members of the board, can you hear him clearly?
No, he's still muffled for me.
Okay, so
Still muffled.
Mr. Chairman, Barbara can't.
Do
you have any papers on your computer that might be covering your microphone?
No, they're adjusting it now. If you give me 1 second, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Gene, this is at least 60 minutes of your 90 you asked for, so you're back down to 30.
Is that better, Mr. Chairman?
It's better right now. Let's see if it holds. Yeah.
Okay, may I proceed?
Please do so.
All right, just confirming your statement, Mr. Chairman, I'm making a motion to hear cases 2, 3, and 4 on the agenda simultaneously.
Gene, you're going back down again. It's going lower.
What are you gonna do?
Others have the same. Barbara, you're having a problem hearing him again? Yeah.
He started out good and it went downhill.
Yeah.
All right, how about now?
Now you seem much clearer. That's better.
Okay. All right, again, so now we'll get started. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant, Eugenio Di Nicola, 200 Railroad Avenue, Sayville, New York. Following your request to hear the cases simultaneously, I will make a motion to the board to hear cases 2, 3, and 4 on the agenda simultaneously, since the 3 parcels are adjoining and the applications are interrelated. I trust that's approved. That motion is approved, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Di Nicola, it's approved, and please proceed on the 3.
Thank you. Following my presentation, a presentation will be made with regard to, quote, a day in the life of a delivery station will be made. That will be made by a representative of Amazon Corporation. Following the presentation by Amazon, a traffic engineer will briefly give some traffic and parking testimony. And after that, a lighting expert will submit testimony. All will be brief, Mr. Chairman. The applicant owns 725 Broadway Avenue, Holbrook, which is also known as Tax Lot 8.1, 717 Broadway Avenue, which is known as Tax Lot 8.2, and the third parcel, 5901 Veterans Memorial Highway, is known as 8.3. That parcel is under contract. There is an exhibit on the screen which shows you the addresses of the 3 parcels and the tax lots. All 3 parcels are adjoining, as you will note, and they are all zoned either Industrial 1 and or Industrial 1 and ICD, Industrial Corridor District. I'll begin with the parcel known as 725 Broadway Avenue, which is tax lot 8.1. The applicant is requesting a planning board special permit for a warehouse use pursuant to 68-466.1B, which is a warehouse use in the Industrial Corridor District. The applicant is also asking for site plan modifications relative to the site. 725 Broadway Avenue currently has erected thereon an industrial building containing approximately 122,721 square feet of floor area on 8+ acres of land. It has frontage on both Broadway Avenue and Veterans Memorial Highway. The industrial building was constructed in stages. It was issued a certificate of occupancy for the original structure on November 3, 1967. And 2 additions were made to the industrial building on December 20, 1967 and March 16, 1972. All structures and additions have issued certificates of occupancy and were properly zoned in the Industrial 1 district at the time the COs were issued. In about August 20 of 1985, a portion of this property was rezoned to Industrial Corridor District. This rezoned area is the first 300 feet from the line of Veterans Memorial Highway. The site has operated as an industrial building in the Industrial 1 district continuously since it was approved to date. But because it's Industrial 1 and Industrial Corridor District, it now takes on the more restrictive conditions and regulations of the zoning ordinance for the ICD district. Therefore, it requires relief being requested this evening, not only for the warehouse use, but for site plan approval. The applicant is expanding the parking area on the site on the southerly portion in front of the building noted as 725. And that expansion of the parking area requires a site plan review and approval from the previously approved site plan. The industrial building exists in its present location and configuration since it receives its certificate of occupancy. And as I have indicated, it has been used as a warehouse and will continue to be used as a warehouse. The expanded parking area to be constructed on this parcel will accommodate and provide parking for Amazon employees who will be working in the building known as 717 Broadway Avenue, that's tax lot 8.2. A cross-access agreement between the 3 parcels, 725, 717 Broadway Avenue, and 5901 Veterans Memorial Highway, has been submitted to the engineering staff for review and approval as part of the site plan process, which, as I indicated, involves the 3 parcels, so that each parcel will be able to traverse any other parcel, either vehicular or a pedestrian, depending on the circumstance. That cross-access agreement, after approval and acceptance, will be recorded in the Suffolk County Clerk's office. 725 Broadway Avenue also requires a Board of Zoning Appeals relief to permit the overhead bay doors and loading bays to be permitted to face a street, namely Broadway Avenue and Veterans Memorial Highway. The further relief is a landscape relief. Again, this is the Board of Appeals, 1.5 feet instead of required 25 feet. Now, the existing condition for the entire area of frontage on Broadway Avenue is 5 feet. But the town planning department is requesting a sidewalk easement for an approximate area distance of 30 feet, which will reduce the landscape area on Broadway Avenue to 1.5 feet. That relief has been filed with the Board of Appeals and a January hearing date is expected. Now, to 717 Broadway Avenue, Holbrook, tax lot 8.2. This parcel is owned entirely Industrial 1 district. It does not have a separate road frontage, but has to date shared ingress and egress with 725 Broadway Avenue, again to Broadway Avenue. With the acquisition of 5901 Veterans Memorial Highway, it will now have its access to Veterans Memorial Highway. 717 Broadway Avenue has erected thereon an existing industrial warehouse containing approximately 147,188 square feet of floor area. It is located on 12.3 acres of land. The original building received a certificate of occupancy on February 9, 1961. An addition was added and was issued a certificate of occupancy on March 16, 1972. This is the building within which the Amazon warehouse and distribution center will be located. In addition to the existing building, the applicant proposes to construct an open canopy on the south side. You'll note on the plan proposed canopy on the south side of the building, which will be an open canopy approximately 39,795 square feet. This is where the delivery vans will load for what they call last mile delivery. There will also be a van staging area just south of the proposed canopy, and that is noted on the plan. You'll see parking locations just south of the proposed canopy indicated on the plan, which is on the screen. This operation will be described by Amazon in their operations presentation following my presentation, Mr. Chairman. The applicant will be constructing a parking area on the east side of the building for van parking. The applicant will also be constructing a driveway access for tractor trailer vehicles to access the east side of the building from Veterans Memorial Highway for deliveries to the warehouse and distribution center. Those tractor trailers will only enter from Veterans Memorial Highway. To accommodate the deliveries, overhead doors and loading bays will be constructed on the east side of 717, the building known as 717 Broadway Avenue. Now, to develop the parking area and the access driveway due to a gradient difference from the east side of the building, there's a grade that goes down. It's a substantial gradient difference eastward. A retaining wall will be constructed, which is being indicated by the arrow or the hand on the screen, and the land raised. The parking area will be constructed on that raised area. A retaining wall will be constructed all around that area. It will have an approximate height of 14 and a half feet. And then on top of that, a sound attenuation wall will be erected between 8 and 10 feet. And that's on top of the retaining wall. The relief requested for 717 Broadway Avenue this evening is for a special permit for outdoor overnight parking of registered vehicles as accessory to the warehouse use and delivery station. That, of course, is a planning board special permit. The vans will be set back 50 feet from any street and 200 feet from any residence district or use. Appropriate screening will be provided. The site plan modifications are also requested, which the one I will go into is a parking relaxation from the required 237 parking stalls to 210 provided. Now, and of course, there will be a relaxation from the compliance with the Planning Commissioner's memo regarding LED lighting and the amount of lumens permitted in any given fixture, which I will get to. With regard to the relief for, let's see, there's also relief for landscaping, 20% to 19%, which is de minimis. The parking relaxation requested is for a 27 space relaxation. However, it is to be noted that there will be an excess of 89 parking stalls available for Amazon employees working in 717 Broadway Avenue. The excess parking stalls will be on 725 Broadway Avenue. As previously stated, a cross-access and parking agreement has been provided the engineering department to review during their site plan review of these 3 parcels of land. They're doing an integrated review to the best of my knowledge. The relaxation from the Planning Commissioner's memo limiting the lighting fixtures to 16,000 lumens will be addressed by a lighting expert. One of the issues is if the fixtures are limited to 16,000 lumens per fixture, then an additional 22 light pole fixtures will be required to provide the lighting required for the Amazon application and for its safety for the movement of vehicles on the property, on and off the property. The site also requires relief from the Board of Zoning Appeals for the installation of the retaining the sound wall. The maximum permitted is 6 feet. The applicant will be seeking 8 to 10 feet, again, to contain any sound on the site. Again, that relief for the height variance, Mr. Chairman, has been submitted to the Board of Appeals, and a January hearing is anticipated. The final parcel to be addressed is 5901 Veterans Memorial Highway, tax lot 8.3. That site currently has a Federal Express delivery operation located thereon. The site has has an industrial building located thereon of 88,552 square feet. The parcel contains 13.52 acres with its frontage on Veterans Memorial Highway of approximately 758 feet. The Federal Express operation will continue to operate from the building and utilize the existing parking area on the south side of the building for passenger parking and on the east side of the building for storage of registered vehicles. This is pursuant to a previously imposed conditions, and it's entitled Operation Conditions, and it's contained in a special permit that was granted in 1999, PB 1999-09, a lot of nines. The west side of the building of tax lot 8.3 is currently vacant and unimproved. It will be developed with a parking area, and right now you'll see an indication of the parking on the west side of the building. It will be developed with a parking area for use by the Amazon Warehouse and Distribution Center, which is again operating in 717, but they'll be utilizing 5901 Broadway Avenue, the westerly portion thereof, for the storage of vans as well. The applicant will also be constructing an access drive from Veterans Memorial Highway for ingress and egress to that parking area, and also for vehicles to access the easterly side of 717 Broadway Avenue for delivery and into the warehouse, and ultimately loading of vans and delivery to homeowners. Again, that cross access and parking agreement submitted will apply to the 3 parcels. The construction of the additional parking on the west side of the building on tax lot 8.3 requires a modification of those special permit conditions contained in PB 1999-09, which limited the storage of registered vehicles, outdoor storage of registered vehicles, to the east side of the building only. In addition to the requested modification of the previously imposed special permit conditions contained in that planning board determination, the applicant requires site plan modifications. The applicant will increase the quality of existing landscaping as well as the quantity of landscaping. One of the conditions, site plan relaxations, is relief from front yard landscape area, but that's an existing condition. The lighting relief will be addressed by a lighting expert. With regard to special permit considerations, the special permit uses requested will not prevent the orderly and reasonable use of adjacent properties in adjacent use districts. The proposed special permit uses will not prevent the orderly and reasonable use of permitted or legally established uses within the district where the use is proposed to be located. The safety, health, welfare, comfort, and convenience or order of the town will not be adversely affected. by the proposed uses, and the proposed uses will be in harmony with and promote the general purpose and intent of the ordinance. Now, site plan conditions and special permit conditions have been discussed with the staff, and the applicant and the property owner cannot agree with any conditions, Mr. Chairman. I want the board to understand this, which would limit or restrict in any way the days or hours of operation, or with any revocation language. Other than that, I mean, there are conditions that we can agree to, obviously, but those I have to advise the board, the applicant cannot and will not agree to. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask you to permit Mr. Brad Griggs of Amazon to make a presentation on behalf of Amazon.
Go ahead, Mr. DiNicola. Mr. Briggs may continue the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Brad Griggs. I'm a senior manager on Amazon's economic development team. I lead our Northeast and Mid-Atlantic expansion efforts, including proposed sites here on Long Island. I'm based out of Amazon's New York City office, located at 7 West 34th Street, New York, New York, 10001. The proposed site here on Vets Memorial Highway in Holbrook is a last mile delivery station, as Mr. DiNicola mentioned. What we're looking at here is an operational overview based on the color-coded parking areas of the site. What I'd like to do is walk you very quickly through a day in the life of the operations of this delivery station so that the board can better understand and the community here can better understand our operations that we're considering here. So I'll start with the red area in the top right corner of the screen. That is the 18-wheeler or tractor trailer loading dock area that would facilitate the delivery of the packages to this site. All of the packages coming to this location would be coming from the west, from our fulfillment and middle mile locations in our North American fulfillment network. They would be coming to this location throughout the day in low levels. I believe we're looking at approximately 18 to 20 tractor trailers during the day coming to this site. What we're looking at here, again, would be predominantly spread out throughout the day. Or apologize, about 20 to 21 coming into the location. At the same time, during the overnight period, our Amazon associates would be coming to the location. They'd be parking in the yellow area here, highlighted on the left-hand side of the plan. They would park their personal vehicles at the site. They would go into the location and they would unload the tractor trailers. Again, the large amount of the trailers will be coming during the overnight periods in order to set up the day's deliveries, and then with a steady amount coming throughout the day. But again, about 20 coming to this site per day on average. The associates unload the tractor trailers via conveyance system inside the site. They stage the packages for the morning deliveries to begin. And then the bulk of our associates would exit this site in the early morning period pre-6 a.m. A smaller crew stays on location throughout the day to help load the delivery vans. The delivery vans are parked on site in the blue areas indicated on screen. They are parked there overnight. The majority of these vans will be branded Amazon vans on location. What will happen is beginning at about 10 a.m., the van drivers, which are third-party independent contractors, will arrive on site. That area indicated in pink is a buffer for those van drivers to park for the first 2 waves of van deliveries in the day. So there are enough spaces for 2 waves of vans that will be delivering packages to park their personal vehicles. The first wave will get in the blue vans. They will drive into the green loading area, which is being highlighted on the screen. That is our loading area under the proposed canopy that Mr. DiNicola mentioned earlier. The second wave will arrive between 10 and 10:30. They will drive into the purple area, at which point the section in blue for that first 2 waves will now be empty. That allows the second wave of drivers to park their personal vehicles, get into vans, and so on and so forth throughout the morning period. The vans take approximately 20 to 30 minutes for them to be loaded. They're loaded with one driver and one associate. They exit the facility as they are filled. So it's not that all 54 vans that are in the loading zone depart all at once. It will be as they fill their vans, they will exit onto Vets Memorial Highway. As they exit, the vans in purple will backfill them in green, and that process repeats itself until all of the vans have exited for the day. We anticipate roughly 200 to 210 delivery vans exiting this site per day on average during the bulk of the year. Now, during our peak period, call it mid-November to mid-January, which is the period we're in right now around the holidays, this site may flex up into higher capacity. But again, this is what we're discussing here tonight is a steady state. So if you look at the total van spaces that were indicated earlier, we have built in that capacity so that we do not have to utilize off-site parking and provide that capacity built into location, given that we were able to design this site as it's laid out in the site plan here. The site would then go quiet once the day's van capacity has left until the late afternoon period, at which point we utilize our Amazon Flex drivers. We would anticipate roughly one wave of those on average most days. Amazon Flex is similar to Uber or Lyft, but instead of delivering a person to their destination, our Amazon Flex drivers deliver Amazon packages to our customers. So you sign up via the Amazon Flex app on your cell phone or mobile device. You would be a registered driver in the area, proof of insurance, and you take an online safety course to become a registered Amazon Flex driver. Those drivers are given a specific time to come to the site. They drive into the green loading zone. Them and an Amazon associate fill their personal vehicles, and they head out on their delivery route. The Flex drivers do not return to the location unless they have a undeliverable package, which is rare. There'll be a designated area for them to return to the site. Most in the yellow associate parking area, they will return the package and then head back out. The van drivers have a 10-hour delivery route. So at which point that site would go quiet after the Flex drivers have completed their loading process. This site would go quiet again until the van drivers return to the location. The van drivers begin returning at about 7 p.m. in the evening, and then would conclude returning to the site at about 10:15. When they return to the site, they go through a safety check based on their day's delivery routes. They're looked at for safety purposes, efficiency purposes, and for overall driver training purposes to make sure that they have met the level of service that we expect of our delivery service partners. They would then park their vans, get back into their personal vehicles, and head home for the day, thus concluding sort of a single day in the life of an Amazon delivery station. We would anticipate, based on this site, about 30 to 50 full-time jobs with Amazon that would be created as a result of this project, and several hundred part-time job opportunities directly with Amazon. And then indirectly with our van drivers, those are third parties that are logistics companies, small businesses, entrepreneurs. Those would be several hundred more indirect jobs that would be created at this site.
Thank you. Ms. DiNicola, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Griggs. At this time, I would ask Mr. Pat Lenahan, a traffic engineer, to briefly give some traffic information testimony to the board.
Great. Ms. DiNicola, how many future speakers do you have on this application?
Mr. Lenahan will be brief, and then Mr. Gornall, who will discuss lighting. That's it.
Okay.
And it should be brief and quick, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Lenahan.
Good evening. Thank you, Gene. Good evening, Chairman Friedland, members of the Planning Board and staff. My name is Patrick Lenahan. I am Director of the Transportation Division at VHB's Long Island office in Hauppauge. VHB has performed a detailed traffic impact study to evaluate the potential impacts to transportation associated with the proposed redevelopment of the existing warehouse at 717 Broadway Avenue to a last mile delivery station. Our study was performed in accordance with standard traffic engineering practices and procedures and included in the submitted application documents. The study was reviewed by the New York State DOT, the town of Islip, as well as your professional traffic engineering consultant. We have responded to their comments, and at this point, it appears that they are satisfied. The TIS evaluated such elements as traffic safety, site access, parking, future volumes, and capacity. I think it was mentioned once before, but the specific nature of the site's operation as it relates to traffic is important. The site will not generate anything near a significant level of traffic during traditional peak periods of traffic, the so-called commuter peaks. The site is, excuse me, I'm going to start my video. I have a prompt here. Okay, so everyone can see my big head. The site is most active later in the morning, that is 10 to 11 a.m., and later in the evening, 8 to 9 p.m. I want to note, as Brad previously said, there is no use of vehicles stored off-site at this location. All vans and other parking is self-contained. 2 access points are proposed on Vets Highway, one at the east end of the site, which would use the existing access serving FedEx, and that would support tractor-trailer deliveries. The second, a new driveway just to the west, would support delivery vans and delivery van drivers entering and exiting the site. The existing southerly access on Broadway Avenue will be used by associates and managers working in the Amazon building. In closing, based on our detailed study, in my opinion, my professional opinion, that the approval and operation of the site as proposed and as detailed in our study will not result in any significant negative impacts on traffic conditions in the study area. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening, and I'm available for questions either at this point or later on in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. DiNicola?
Gornell.
You're good. You're not muted. You're fine.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yep.
Okay. At this time, I would ask Mr. Chris Gornall to submit testimony with regard to requesting non-compliance with the Planning Commissioner's requirement of a limitation of 16,000 lumens per fixture for LED lighting. Mr. Gornall?
Yep. Thank you for the introduction, Gene. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Chris Gornell. I'm an architectural designer at SMDC PC. We're the architectural team leading the effort here at 717 Broadway Avenue. It's nice to meet all of you. Our firm has a history of industrial design dating to the early 2000s, and we've been working with Amazon for the last 5 years. In that time, we've designed multiple of these last mile facilities as described by Brad. We're here tonight seeking relief on the Planning Commissioner's internal memorandum. This memorandum allows external LED lighting, but limits the output of that lighting to 16,000 lumens. To achieve an optimal standard of site safety and aesthetic, we hope you would consider authorization not to comply with the Planning Commissioner's memorandum, allowing us to increase the lumen output at our brightest fixture to 33,388 lumens. As noted by Brad, a number of the activities on site will be happening overnight. This includes the line haul tractor trailers and the arrival of the Amazon associates. For the various site operations to work concurrently in a safe and efficient manner, Amazon has created a highly organized system of traffic and pedestrian patterns, as well as lighting conducive for site safety. That standard, in combination with the town of Islip zoning ordinance, have been incorporated into the design of this site to achieve our current lighting layout. The currently designed lighting layout conforms to the town of Islip's ordinance, Chapter 68, Article 52, exterior lighting standards, does not meet the standards described in the Planning Commissioner's internal memorandum. Per Chapter 68, Section 685, all proposed light fixtures on site conform to the zoning ordinance and do not exceed the height of 20 feet. As further described in the same section, all lamps greater than 1800 lumens are full cutoff luminaires. That means all these fixtures are dark sky compliant and all the light is directed downward. In addition, these fixtures have been designed with external glare shields to eliminate glare outside of sight. Due to the current lighting layout, as well as the use of house side shielding and external glare shields, there is zero light trespass onto adjacent lots, and the lighting levels on site do not exceed the illumination levels defined in Chapter 68, Section 686, nor those defined in Table 1 and Attachment 2 found at the end of the chapter. The average lighting level found on site is 1.7 foot candles. As noted, that does not exceed the illumination levels defined in Table 1. As previously noted, using the external glare shields, house side shields, and pole position on site, no glare or light bleed continue past the property line. This complies with Section 687, maintaining an illuminance beyond the property line of 0 foot candles. This can be shown on drawing SK02 on screen right now, where we're showing the light path spreads. The current lighting design complies with Section 687. All fixtures are high efficiency LEDs rated at 4000 Kelvin. Chapter 68, Section 688, General Standards for Non-Residential Exterior Lighting states that all exterior lighting shall be designed, located, and lamped in order to prevent the following: overlighting, energy waste, glare, light trespass, unnecessary sky glow. Our current design meets all of these requirements. The lighting does not exceed the levels defined in Table 1 of Attachment 2, as previously noted. And by removing the additional 22 light poles from the site, we decrease energy waste and light spread near the property line. Glare shields are being provided on every fixture, decreasing the angle of visibility by 35 degrees. This completely eliminates glare outside of the site. Effectively, you would have to be within 12 feet of the fixture to perceive the individual LEDs. There is zero light trespass occurring over our property lines. This is accomplished using house side shielding, external glare shields, and pole position on site. In addition, an existing wooded buffer with mature trees varying between 15 and 40 feet is being maintained between our area of operation and the adjacent residential property and undeveloped residential lot to the north and northeast. You can see that on the top right-hand side of the screen. This buffer is between 93 and 145 feet deep. This can be observed on SK01. No unnecessary sky glow is being produced by our fixtures. As previously noted, all the proposed light poles are fully dark sky compliant. Section 688 further describes the hours of operation. This is a 24-hour operation as previously described. All site lighting will be on throughout the night. Multiple measures, including shielding and dark sky compliant lighting, have been implemented in order to make sure that there's no light trespassing happening over the property line and to mitigate any impact on the neighboring lots. Per Section 688, all lighting fixtures under the proposed canopy are full cutoff and recessed, and all wall packs are completely shielded as required. By granting us relief on the Planning Commissioner's internal memorandum and allowing us to increase our lighting output from 16,000 to 33,388 lumens, you allow us to improve the site safety, aesthetic, and to mitigate any negative effect on our future neighbors while conforming to the purposes defined in the existing zoning ordinance. With the higher level lumen output, we will be able to decrease the overall fixture count by 22 fixtures and still maintain the proper lighting level to provide safe roadways and parking areas for motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians. The removal of 22 additional fixtures decreases the wasting of energy used in overlighting while maintaining the proper light level for Amazon operations and security while conforming to the existing zoning ordinance. The additional shielding measures we have implemented will prevent trespass from the site and protect against direct glare, and protect and reclaim the ability to view the night sky. Thank you for your time this evening. We hope you'll consider this relief for this project.
Just a question. You made a statement that this would, and I missed that, was any future effect or future impact on the neighbors you just said a little while ago. Can you explain what you're talking about there?
there's a currently undeveloped lot directly to the north that's zoned residential. By increasing the lumen output of these light fixtures, we've been able to pull the light fixtures further away from that retaining wall on the northern end of the truck yard, which shown on the SK that was just on screen. In that wooded buffer zone eliminates all visibility from those adjacent properties. So if we had to lower the lumen level, we would still have to maintain the same lighting level on site, and those light poles have to move further north.
Thank you. Ms. DiNicola?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. That concludes the applicant's presentation this evening. I respectfully request that the board approve all of the special permits and the site relief being requested by the applicant for this project to proceed. I believe the testimony presented fully supports all of the relief being requested at this time. And if there are any questions from the board or any other questions, we'd be pleased to answer them. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We're going to go to public hearing, and then we'll go to staff report, and then we'll come back for questions. So I'm going to ask Matthew Grucci. Mr. Grucci, when you're ready, just unmute your mic and you can go ahead and speak.
All right, guys. Hello, and thanks for having my question. I don't have to do a video, do I?
Your video's not on yet.
I think he's one of these.
There you go.
Oh, hello. So as you can see, I have many kids, so my house is a mess. I apologize. Okay, so my question is, for the barrier on the north, what is that, west side, where the loading docks will be for the Amazon, northeast side, I'm sorry?
Northeast.
Northeast. Yeah, so on that house on the corner, tipped right there.
Yep.
Well, I have a few concerns about it. One would be the noise, obviously, right? Because you hear FedEx all night. Two would be the light, which you did address, but you still see FedEx, right? So, and that's a lot further away with a lot more trees. So my concern would be, oh, and the last one would be the water runoff. That whole area right there floods tremendously, and the neighboring houses all get have water issues in the past. And then if you want to remove more trees and add more parking spaces, I'm just afraid of the runoff effect that will happen. And I'm gonna guess that since you're gonna raise the elevation there, you're gonna pitch that down to us. So yeah, water runoff, noise pollution, sound pollution, and I'm gonna guess like Amazon's a big company, so if we could at least ask them to raise that retaining wall in that corner so we don't have to hear or see it.
So your concerns, if I may, Mr. Chairman, your concerns are light, noise, and water runoff, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Grucci?
Correct.
Okay. I have individuals who will respond to that.
Mr. DiNicola, I'm going to let everybody speak in the public hearing, then I'm going to come back and I have written down the questions.
Oh, okay, fine.
Ms. Grucci asked, and we'll get all the questions together, and then we'll bring the experts back to address each of the questions from.
Fine, Mr. Chairman, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No problem at all. Mr. Grucci, anything further you would like to add? You're muted.
Sorry.
There you go.
No, that's it. Just it's fun to live in that back corner now. That's it.
Thank you. We'll get those questions addressed.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Patrick Holton. When you're ready, Mr. Holton, just unmute. Go ahead.
And lighting will be going on.
Dean, you're not muted.
And whose noise? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Holton, if you're with us, just unmute. You can go ahead and speak.
Yep, I was just waiting for him to finish his conversation without the mute. So I'm also in the top. I'm in that top corner that is really directly impacted by this. I have a drainage easement that is built into my property line on the back end of the back 20 feet of my property. So my also huge concern is, for one, the site plans that were given to me by the town show that this building already encroaches upon easements. It's probably 30 feet beyond already in its major building in the top right corner of the facility. It goes beyond the 25-foot residential. as well as the 50-foot side yard easements already. So I see lights from that building when I look out my back door, whether it be summer or winter. So lighting is definitely a large, very, very large concern for us, as well as then the sound mitigation. We also hear, I don't know if any decibel readings were done from our backyards during all of these studies that were talked about, but that would be something that should be looked at, because I agree FedEx running is pretty loud throughout the day and evening. During also when their trucks go at different times, it literally shakes our houses. And we're, as you see, a very large distance. Now you're looking to move 18 wheelers within, if you look, potentially 100 feet, 150 feet from my house. My assumption is it's going to make noise. You can tell me you're going to put a 8-foot sound wall on top of a 14-foot retaining wall, but I just don't see how that's going to stop the size of a truck and the sound of that coming in and out 24 hours per day. One of the other concerns that I had was on the traffic. Did that traffic study include all of the approvals that have already been made for the Sirota properties, which include a stoplight and the extension of Church Street across Veterans Highway? Now you're looking to add enlarge one entrance and exit and add a second exit onto Vets Highway just west of that light that will potentially be there at some point in time, which already, if anyone sits and watches the FedEx trucks come out in the morning, they shoot across 3 lanes of highway to make the left onto Broadway. My assumption is the Amazon guys are going to do the same thing, except for they're going to have, from the appearance of it, 50 to 100 feet less to get across the road, which does cause some pretty significant potential issues for us. I also wanted some clarification from the gentleman from Amazon. At one point, he talked about the 20 to 21 trucks entering the site per day. The timeframes of it, he talked about it during the day, then he talked about things overnight. If we could get a better sense of what that really looks like. Is it one truck that comes in, one 18-wheeler comes in during the day, and 20 come in from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.? That also makes a huge difference on the impact to the residential areas. So again, very similar to Matt's, my concerns are on the number of vehicles coming in and out of the site, as well as the light, the sound, and the ever-present water issues of everything that goes on around Bishop Lane. If you came by my house after this heavy rain this weekend, around the back portion of my property is already inundated with water that stands for, at any point in time, 3, 4, 5 days before it goes down. So if you build a ski hill behind me, it's all going to run down to my backyard.
Thank you, Mr. Holton. We'll go to Brian Fabian. Mr. Fabian, if you're on, go ahead, just unmute, you can speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, we can hear you now.
Hi, this is Brian Fabian. I'm from Wilmsville Properties at 5005 Vets Highway. So I'm just on the other side of Broadway.
Okay.
The traffic issue at the previous gentleman just described is my concern. If you drive on Vets Highway past the FedEx ground anytime between 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., there is a constant flow of vehicles out of there. And to his point, they are constantly tracking over the 3 lanes of traffic to make the U-turn to head back out east. There is also the FedEx drivers currently, when they're returning from the west, rather than going down to Nichols Road and taking the overpass and coming around, they make the left onto Broadway, heading north, and cut across all those parking lots to head to that, they've made their own drive where there is none now, where it's proposed. So my concern is that all those extra vehicles going through there are just going to add to that traffic where normally commuters are heading east on Vets in the morning, and it backs up on its own now from 7 a.m. till probably 9:30. There's times when it backs up all the way back over the overpass onto Sunrise. So that's my biggest concern, is the impact on traffic. And the earlier gentleman who made his statement about their impact study, I'm not convinced that he even addressed the impact during the heavy commuter time. That was the extent of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I'm showing right now to speak on this. If you're on by phone and you want to speak, please hit *9 on your phone now so we know you'd like to speak on this. In the interim, I'm going to go to Ms. Wozniak to give us a staff report, and then we'll come back to address some of the questions that were raised. Ms. Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application involves 3 subject parcels: 717 Broadway Avenue, 725 Broadway Avenue, and 5901 Veterans Memorial Highway, all located at the northeast corner of Broadway Avenue and Veterans Memorial Highway in Holbrook. The existing sites consist of 3 industrial buildings with a mix of warehouse and other industrial tenant uses. 717 Broadway Avenue and 5901 Veterans Highway are split zoned Industrial 1 and Industrial Corridor District, and 725 is zoned Industrial 1. Tonight, the applicant is looking to obtain special permits and site plan modifications to allow for the operation of an Amazon warehouse and distribution center. Amazon will occupy both buildings as the sole tenant on lots 8.1 and 8.2 for warehouse uses, and will have outdoor overnight parking of a total of 377 vans on lots 8.2 and 8.3. On tax lot 8.1, a special permit to operate a warehouse will be required. There will be no vans stored outdoor overnight on this parcel, and no expansion of the existing building footprint, only an expansion of the parking facilities. Several site plan modifications are also required, which include a relaxation of buffer requirements to allow the existing building to remain, an overhead utility relocation relaxation in order to retain the existing overhead utilities, and a 23.5% overall landscaping relaxation. On tax lot 8.2, a warehouse is a permitted use, but a special permit will be required to permit the outdoor overnight parking of 167 vans on the northeast portion of the site. On this site, a 39,685 square foot canopy addition is proposed along the front of the building, and an expansion of parking facilities along the eastern portion of the property to provide parking for the vans and a loading area. There will also be a 22-foot tall wall surrounding the parking area, which will be construction of cast-in-place concrete with an 8-foot sand wall on top. In addition, several site plan modifications will also be required, which include a relaxation of buffer requirements to allow the existing buildings to remain, an 11.4% parking relaxation, and a 5% overall landscaping relaxation. On lot 8.3, a modification of special permit conditions associated with PB 1999-09 will be required in order to increase size and change the layout of the outdoor overnight parking area for registered vehicles. Here, an expansion of parking facilities is proposed along the western portion of the site to allow for the parking of 210 of Amazon's vans, while the existing building and parking facilities to the east will remain as is with its current industrial tenant. Site plan modifications on this lot are also required, which include 12% front yard landscaping relaxation and permission for removal and inadequate replacement of existing landscaping. On all tax parcels, a request for noncompliance with the commissioner's memo allowing LED lights is required. As per the memo dated October 12th, 2016, LED light fixtures are permitted but are limited to a maximum 16,000 lumens per fixture. The applicant is proposing non-compliant fixtures ranging from 24,000 to 33,000 lumens per fixture. In addition, as part of this application, the applicant has also provided a traffic study, which is currently under review, but it should be noted that some of the traffic mitigation methods will be determined by the New York State DOT. At this time, staff has reviewed the application and is in support of most of the requested site plan modifications. However, it doesn't support the request for non-compliance with the Commissioner's LED memo, as it's a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation. Conditions have been prepared which require cross-access across all 3 parcels to provide proper traffic flow as the properties do function together. Commissioner compliance with the Commissioner's LED memo, and a request to provide a berm along Veterans Highway in order to provide adequate screening of the proposed outdoor parking of the vans on lot 8.3.
Thank you, Ms. Wozni. Ms. DiNicola, I guess we're going to come back to you. Do we want to start with Mr. Grucci and Mr. Holton's questions? I mean, let's talk maybe noise level first. You know what, before we do that, let's go to Mr. Holton's question because it's one that I share. And what are the hours that we're going to see these tractor trailers? Is there a breakdown in terms of a day in the life of Amazon facility that we know which one's going to be late at night, after hours? You're muted. Gene, unmute yourself.
All right. With regard to that question, I'm going to refer to Mr. Griggs, who is familiar with the operation, the daily operation. Mr. Griggs, if you could respond to the inquiry of the gentleman that previously spoke and addressed the vehicles and the times they enter and exit the property.
Sure. Thanks, Gene. And I'll also look to Pat from VHB to comment on this based on the traffic study that was submitted. But based on our operations, as I mentioned, the tractor trailers will be coming to this site throughout the day. Based on the traffic study, they're spread out throughout the 24-hour period. Predominantly, it's during the overnight hours from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m., but it is a steady flow of these trailers based on what we've provided in the traffic study throughout the 24-hour clock. Again, it's about 20 trailers over the 24-hour period with, I'd say, more, roughly 50-60% of those during the overnight hours and the remaining in sort of 1 per hour, more or less, the remainder of the day. But Pat, if you can provide specific commentary related to the traffic study and what was performed there around the 21 trucks that was in the study, I think that'd be appreciated by the board.
So just to be clear, you're saying 50 to 60% of the tractor trailers will be there in the overnight hours, and you define overnight hours as what?
I would say from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And that's 7 days a week?
Correct. And so it's basically approximately 10 trucks during that period.
Right. Okay.
And that is, again, Mr. Chair, the majority of the year. So that's outside of our peak period from, call it mid-November to mid-January.
So that's out. So, and during the peak period is what?
During the peak period, we would potentially have, additional trucks. But again, it would follow the same sort of time period with the bulk of those during the overnight period, meaning a predominant amount, more than 50%, and then the remainder coming in during the daytime hours. Peak is not sort of on November 15th, we go to X percentage. It's going to move up and down based on the day's capacity and our customers' ordering frequency with this location. So what we do is we staff up to allow for a steady state peak of operations where this site would likely operate in the 50 to 60% range the bulk of the year, which is what is shown in the traffic study. And then it may ramp up to 80 or 90% during that period as far as staffing. but that would not be 80 to 90% every day from mid-November till mid-January. There would be fluctuations based on the day's capacity.
So just to be clear, would the increase, we're saying 10 trucks during the overnight period during the non-peak season. What is the amount? What's the increase? How many trucks are we seeing in the overnight period during the peak season?
We would need to, we would need to take a look at that. I would say, we're looking, again, we're going from 50, 60% to 80, 90% at most. So 50, 60 is at 20%, an additional, 30% there is another 6, 8 trucks total per day.
6 total per day.
Per day during the 24-hour clock.
Right. Okay. Did you want to have VHB speak on this as well, as you said?
Pat, is there any additional items that I missed?
Let me just mention real quick, because I have the information right in front of me, and it's in the traffic study. Brad mentioned a 24-hour clock, so we have the entire operation in the study. He is correct. It is 24 tractor trailers into and 21 into the site and out of the site over the 24-hour period. The important thing to mention is in any given half-hour period, you'll see one truck enter and one truck exit, and then you'll have a half an hour or two where there's no truck, and then another truck an hour later in and out. So there is no concentrated peak where 5 or 6 trucks are showing up in the same hour. It is spread up. It's spread out over that overnight period with a few hours window during the day where there are no trucks.
That could be good and bad. Good in the fact that it's not continuous, bad in the fact that it is continuous. That they can't expect to hear noise from 8 to 9 p.m. and it drops off. Instead, you're going to hear it continuously throughout the night and the morning. But please continue.
Would you like me to continue on the traffic questions?
If you want to go into the traffic questions. Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
Can you speak to whether or not the Sirota property was included in the traffic study to start?
Yes, the first gentleman asked about the Sirota, and I'm assuming he's referring to Islip Pines. And it is discussed in our study, and it was discussed with your consultant. And what happens is the project schedule for this is going to have site opening in 2021. So we're looking at traffic conditions in 2021 for the build condition in our study. The Islip Pines development, given its size and where it is in the process, is not anticipated to have anything significantly developed by the time we're open and operating. So from a SECRA perspective, and this was discussed with the town planning department and in responses to comments, our traffic study talks about that. It notes that it's on the table at some point, but it is not appropriate to include that traffic for this particular study. Okay.
So you considered it and did not put it in the study, or it just wasn't considered at all, is what you're saying?
We considered it in the study. We did not quantify it for traffic level because when we open and operating, which is the snapshot that are taken under SECRA for these types of analysis, it would not be there.
And what happens when a couple of years down the road, when you're open and a project that's already been approved adds the traffic? How do you quantify that impact?
Well, the gentleman mentioned a traffic light at Church Street. So the Sirota Pines study looked at traditional commuter peak periods of traffic. That is 7 to 9 in the morning and 4 to 6 in the afternoon when the roads tend to be congested. This particular site, given the way that it specifically operates, as I said before, does not generate any significant levels of traffic in those commuter peaks. And that's fortuitous in that the traffic conditions in the area, including Vets Highway, even after Islip Pines, will have much less congestion than they do in those commuter peaks when there is congestion on the roadway. And that rolls into some of the other comments about the trucks leaving FedEx and weaving across the highway. We, of course, counted the FedEx driveway as part of this study, and they do leave earlier during the commuter peaks when we're not active. But what we did do in consultation with the DOT before we kicked off our study was we did a gap study of Vets Highway to ensure that there were adequate gaps in the westbound traffic stream for all of our folks to leave the site easily during the times that they actually leave. And this is all detailed in the traffic study. There was one more issue, if I could, which was the cut through, the FedEx trucks cutting through our site. After the redevelopment as proposed, any such cut through would be physically impossible. So those trucks will be forced to go back to behaving the way they should.
Okay, while we're on traffic and I have you, I think Mr. Frugieri has a question. If any of the board members have questions on traffic, go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Frugieri.
Yeah, no, my question is, in your traffic study, where we have right now 2 existing industrial buildings that obviously generate traffic, did you take that into consideration in your traffic study? How does the proposed trip generation from the Amazon compare to the existing industrial, the trip generation from the existing industrial uses?
Right, so the site on the west, the 725 site is operating. So it was counted as part of all the counts we did, and we counted the driveways on Broadway Avenue. The 717 site is also represented in those counts. They couldn't be isolated from one another because of, right now they're connected and they operate together. What we did to be conservative was when we looked at the Amazon traffic, we didn't reduce the background existing traffic at all. So our impacts in that manner are overstated, because there is certainly a level of traffic associated with 725 that we could have taken credit for, and we did not. And again, the important thing is the Amazon operation keeps us out of the commuter peaks on the adjacent roadway when there's congestion, and it really lets the roadways absorb our traffic without much difficulty at all.
Okay, so just very simply, using the ITE figures, is the existing industrial uses more or less intensive from a trip generation standpoint than the proposed Amazon use?
As we sit here today, I do not have that number, sir. I can get it put together if you need it.
I just want to see how I just want to see how the trip generation from the proposed Amazon use compares to the existing industrial uses, because the trips from that existing use was taken into consideration during the Sirota application. So that gives us a pretty good indication whether the traffic issues are going to get better or worse or stay the same. We're fortunate here that we have 2 existing uses. We're not, just taking traffic or trips and adding it to those roadways. Those trips are already on that roadway, or a certain percentage of them.
I understand.
Any further questions from the board on traffic matters? Okay. Gene, can we speak about, and something that's new to me is the drainage issue in terms of the elevations in that northeast corner of the property, the pitch on that, if anything else we can discuss on drainage and flooding over there.
Chairman, I have excited.
You're muted. You are muted.
Good. This is Courtney Riley from VHB.
Courtney, are you in the same room with someone else who's got an active microphone or a speaker on? Try again now. Yeah, you're not echoing now.
Safely distanced apart, but we will.
No good. If somebody else has a microphone on or a speaker on in there, that could be the problem. If you're in the same room. I'm gonna have to get you guys to shop at Amazon and get some better technology for your presentations.
Better?
Better now.
All right. I could turn my speakers on.
Okay.
Okay. So the drainage question.
Can you state who you are for the record?
Oh, yes. Courtney Riley from VHB Engineering.
I'm the Director of Land Development and a principal at VHB.
Thank you.
Address is 100 Motor Parkway, Suite 350, Hauppauge, New York. So the drainage question is, first I just want to take a look at the property to the north. So the property to the north currently, and I'm using my cursor, currently the drainage or all the runoff does go towards this corner. This is not obviously the property that we're developing, but this is where a lot of that runoff comes from. It then does come through here and goes down. What happens also on our property is there currently right now is about 4 acres that drains towards that property. Okay, so currently right now, this is completely wooded area and it drains right this way. In this application, we actually remove over 60,000 cubic feet of runoff that actually heads towards that direction. So obviously I can't do anything about the properties that we're not developing on, but the property that we are on and the 4 acres that does head in that direction is now being captured within this property. So again, right now, approximately about 60,000 cubic feet, that's a 5-inch rainfall, which is the town standard, does head towards these properties. We are capturing the majority of that. Obviously, in order to keep some of that existing vegetation, we do not capture this small portion, which is about 10,000 cubic feet, give or take. Also, next, there's also Jason Ross from VHB who can talk to the noise study. But what I did want to show you is one thing on the plan before he talks to that. The FedEx property right now has about a 6-foot retaining wall here. And this 6-foot retaining wall just comes about to the north of their property. The retaining wall, as stated before, is now a 14-foot wall, retaining wall, with a 10-foot sound wall on top of it. And what we did is we did take a look at the operations, specifically not only the trucking operations. FedEx does not have any sound barriers. They yes, are further away, but obviously if there's nothing actually absorbing that sound, that sound is headed that. So not only are we taking care of our own property, but we're also now blocking, FedEx. And again, so around here is about 14 feet. And we have a 10-foot sound wall on top. So I'm going to ask Jason Ross from VHB to introduce himself and talk towards the noise questions.
That'd be great. And just to clarify, I thought I heard earlier, maybe I'm mistaken, that there was a 22-foot wall with an 8-foot sound wall on top. Am I?
14 feet with a 10-foot. So in total, it's actually 24 feet.
Okay, so there's not a 22 and an 8-foot. That's 20.
No, our original application had an 8-foot fence. And in our original application had an 8-foot fence. So that's the 14 plus the 8 where the 22 is coming from. We've added an additional 2 feet.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying.
The sound attenuation wall.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Jason Ross. I'm Director of Noise and Vibration with VHB, consultant to the applicant. So I conducted a sound study of the site. First of all, as the board well knows, there is Chapter 35 of the Town Code, the noise ordinance, which prevents noise, loud and disturbing noises that are deemed to be detrimental to the life, health, welfare. And this noise ordinance prohibits persons from causing, allowing, or permitting sound that exceeds 65 decibels between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., so generally the daytime hours, and prohibits sound that exceeds 50 decibels from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And this is at residential properties. On industrial properties, sound is limited to 75 dB at all times. We developed a sound study, a sound model, which implements an internationally accepted standard for sound prediction. This is a 3-dimensional model. It takes into account the terrain, the ground cover, the noise sources, intervening objects, reflections of sounds off those objects, such as buildings, and the potential noise reduction from intervening objects such as barriers or walls. The primary sources that we evaluated were trucks that would be traveling along the eastern and then onto the northern end of the proposed site to the loading docks, as well as, so this is sound from the trucks traveling and moving, as well as potential from sound from backup alarms. So there is potential that some of these trucks, as they back up into the docks, could generate some backup alarms. Just a very simple basis is that when walls break the line of sight between the receptor and the source, so when you cannot see the truck engine, just as Courtney was describing, the potential for the higher retaining wall of the development to block the line of sight to the FedEx facility, this is when you get noise reduction. So with a 8 to 10 foot wall on top of the retaining wall, we are able to maintain sound levels that would be below 50 dBA, the nighttime residential limit at the nearest residences, such as those on Bishop Lane.
Do we have a covenant restriction there for the 50 decibel for the nighttime hours that you're okay with, Ms. DiNicola?
I guess I'm not following you.
You're saying the property right now is allowed 75 decibels or 70 decibels 24 hours at all times?
That is for sound that gets generated onto industrial properties. On residential properties, it's limited to 50 decibels at night. So that the land use to the east of the site is industrial, and there's nothing really there, but
right.
There's an allowance for higher sound levels.
75 onto that, but 50 onto the neighboring properties, and you think you're going to be below the 50?
Yes, that's correct.
Can we just speak to going back to the issue with the flooding? Are you increasing the level of the property? Are you building up the property on the northeast corner? The height of it?
Just waiting for him to go down. So we are. So currently, this property does go down in elevation. Right after the building, it goes down about 10 feet. And so we are infilling a little bit here. And then with that infill, we are then having the wall. One of the other things to note, and I could pull up our landscape plan, is that along the back of this wall, we're also landscaping. So these evergreen trees that we're planting at the mature height will go between 40 and 50 feet. Installed is between 8 and 10, and the evergreens that we're planting are that, which you could see here on this landscape plan that the grade does. And that's why all of that water is headed towards that direction.
So then any of the water within the new paved area will be captured and maintained with the drainage system inside of there?
Yes, sir.
Anybody have questions on noise or landscaping or water runoff before we get to lighting? Mr. Frugieri?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We were talking about 50 decibels. Just for a comparison's sake, what is typically considered 50 decibels? Is it a conversation between two people? Is it a car engine? What would we be able to compare it to?
It's a great question. 50 decibels is a pretty typical nighttime sound level. It's much quieter than a conversation. So two people having a conversation with a normal voice level at a distance of 3 or 5 feet, that's normally about 65 decibels. So what you're hearing from me now is about 65 decibels. When you are down at 55, 10 decibels quieter, it's half as loud. So this is sort of on the order of a dishwasher in the other room, making sound.
Okay.
50 decibels.
Is there any activity that goes on? I mean, you're unloading the trucks that are backed into the warehouse itself. Is there anything that's going on work-wise outside in that area, or is it just a truck driving in and backing up? And on the overnight hours, I'm talking.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of sound generation, the primary concern is the truck movements and the trucks backing up. Once they back up into the dock, that's pretty much now a sealed space where the movement of materials in and out of the truck is basically enclosed.
So I couldn't speak to the fact of whether there would ever be, activities outside of the building, but a typical loading dock, does not have, significant sound generation outside of the truck.
It should also be noted that there is no refrigerator trucks and that these trucks are not idling. These trucks are turned off. So when they back in and land, that is it. They are turned off.
And I know we have somebody here from
The
Amazon who could speak on that.
The applicant has, Mr. Chairman, that would be contained in the special permit conditions or site conditions with regard to the trucks not idling and being shut off.
Great. And then for your representative, is it Mr. Briggs from Amazon? Is there anything else we're missing that would take place outside of the building itself in the overnight hours?
Not during the overnight hours, Mr. Chair. The only additional external activity would be the associates parking their car in the yellow area and walking into the building during that time.
Great. Thank you. Let's turn to lighting. Obviously, we do have a commissioner's memo, which limits it to 16,000. I think we're talking in some instances of increasing it to more than double that. I've certainly heard what you've stated about putting them further away from the property line. And if they were 16,000, you need more of them and therefore putting them closer. But there's obviously a reason that we have the 16,000 memo that's out there. So explain to us how this is not going to be a further intrusion or a further problem for more importantly, the residential neighbors.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the major concerns with high lumen lighting is the glare factor, right? You're driving by, you're passing by, and you kind of look up at the light and you see that glare. A unique feature with these high efficiency LED fixtures is the angle of visibility for that glare. So the angle at which you actually see the individual LEDs that kind of give you that scattered light effect. We're able to decrease that greatly with the addition of these glare shields, bringing it down 35 degrees from where it normally is. Essentially, you need to be standing within 12 feet of the light to see the fixture, to see the actual output, and get that glare effect. We don't have any lights that close to the property line for that to be possible. Another effect, and why we're asking for this relief, obviously we design with our neighbors in mind, and we're trying to keep those fixtures as far away as possible from those residential properties. With the higher lumen output, the glare shields, and the way the light fall off works, we're really maintaining that wooded buffer between our property and the adjacent residential properties. Being able to keep it completely dark with no ground light bleeding over the retaining wall or the sound attenuation wall into that space. And that's true for both the existing properties and the proposed properties. And we have completely dark from our retaining wall to the property lines. If we did decrease the lumen level on the output of those lights, those two fixtures D on the northern end of the site there, you would see two additional fixtures pretty much butted right up to the retaining wall there. We would still be maintaining the same lighting level on site, but now there would be light bleed into that buffer zone. It would still all be on our property line, so still code compliant, but now that dark buffer wouldn't necessarily be dark.
And just understand the total height of the light fixtures on top of the pole versus the height of the wall and the sound attenuation part on top of the wall?
Yeah, so the total height of the fixtures is 20 feet. And we're looking at, scroll down a little bit, our closest fixtures 60 feet from that wall. So as Courtney noted earlier, it's a 8 to 10 foot wall on top of that. So our ground light spread, noted by the line of light fall off there, doesn't continue past that wall. It can't. You may in the distance through the trees see a light, ambient light, but there's no light spread, into that buffer zone or past our property. I know there was concerns brought up with the lighting on the FedEx site. I really can't talk to what they have in place, but I can tell you we're doing everything we can to shield the neighbors from this light, including our glare shields. We're adding additional house side shields along Vets Highway. Really everything we can do.
So on the residential side, it's certainly the height is 20 feet, whereas the wall is, with the sound attenuation wall, is 24 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's not correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It is correct, Mr. Chairman.
That is correct. So the height of the light fixture is 20 feet, then facing down, and the height of the wall with the sound attenuation on top is 24 feet.
So that is correct. And if you just, this picture really does give you a good view of how, I'll just go down to the residences where, again, on this side, it is 24 feet tall. And again, the light pole here is on this side 20 feet tall. This retaining wall on the Amazon side, this is 3 feet and this is 10 feet. But the way we do the shields is actually, as you can see, it's cut off.
So just to understand, where is the height of the wall that's on the northeast corner on your diagram that you have on the screen?
1 second, sorry, can you repeat that again?
I'm just trying to understand this. You're showing the light at the LED light fixture, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have the two trajectories going down to where the resident's standing all the way over by the single family home?
Correct.
Is the wall not 24 feet higher than that fixture, so that from the trajectory, it's blocking light from even going through there? Or am I missing something?
No, the wall is 24 feet on this side from the bottom elevation, existing elevation, to the top of the wall.
Right.
The grade does, again, the existing grade right now goes like this, right? It actually kind of continues this way. That's why all that water is headed towards that home.
Okay.
What
So
we
it's
do
not-
is we flatten out the area. We build a retaining wall. We put another sound wall on top of that. The other thing, again, to note, as far as, the existing, there's over 232 feet from the wall to the home. Within that is obviously the existing vegetation that we're leaving to the best of our ability. And then we are also adding vegetation. The evergreens that wrap around the entire wall will grow between 40 to 50 feet, the evergreens. So what he was mentioning before is that if this light is on and the direction of that light goes downwards and it stays within our property, if they were to see something, it would be a dim light, potentially through these trees, through over 145 feet of trees.
So just to get a better understanding, so I'm clear on the wall, the retaining wall, and then the sound wall on top of it. They're not at the same, the wall is not measured from the flattening out or of the area where you're going to have the new pavement. It's going down to the lower wall, the lower level, which has not been raised. So what is the height of the retaining wall and the sound wall using the same baseline as the 20-foot for the lighting pole? How high up from that same level does that sound?
From on the Amazon side, this is a 3-foot retaining wall on this side and a 10-foot sound wall.
So
this light
13
pole,
feet.
yes, 13 feet. This light pole is 67 feet into the site. So one of the things that we struggled with is
I'll let you raise that. So just to answer my question first, then you can clarify that. So the light pole is 20 feet from the Amazon side, and the retaining wall and the sound wall is 13 feet from the Amazon side. So the light pole on the Amazon side is 7 feet higher than the sound wall and the retaining wall?
Yes.
Okay, now you can please make your other point. Go ahead.
So my other point was that it's, again, 67 feet away from that wall. If we were to introduce the Planning Commission memo, we would have to add an additional 22 lights. Well, that's not good. Battery's running low. We would have to add an additional 22 lights to this site. And that's why we're going for this, you know, an additional 22 lights. One, from a traffic standpoint, obviously, you know, the operation, we've talked about it. You know, there's a lot of people, there is people moving in and out of the site. It also, with the 22 lights, in order to meet that, we would actually have to add, this would be too dark. We would have to add lights along this retaining wall. We'd have to add more lights. You know, in this case, from a residential standpoint, you know, you're looking at 1, 2 lights, maybe. I mean, if this wall is 232 feet from the residence, this then add another 67 feet, we'd have to then line this entire property with additional light. And that's
I've clearly understood that. I just wanted to see clarity on my end that originally I thought the walls were immediately blocking it, so this was a completely moot point, but now I understand that it's measured from the lower level. And just to understand, if you're using the lower lumens versus the higher ones, is the height of the pole with the light the same regardless?
Yeah, so the pole height would be the same. It's the way to accomplish the most spread on site. You start shortening them, then we're adding even more poles.
Great.
It's also allowed per code. That's the height per code.
And in terms of the glare that would be created for the drivers driving by, if you're going, you know, not from the residence side, but going on the Vets Highway side, Broadway/Vets Highway side, is there any reason why it's needed there as well? I mean, is this going to protect those drivers from driving by and seeing that from?
Yes. So every single fixture on the site is affixed with these glare shields, external glare shields, which, like I said earlier, decreases that angle of visibility. The fixtures E along Vets Highway have an additional house shielding on the rear, so there's no rear bleed, as you can see from their light spread. So we don't have any light approaching the property line, and we're protecting drivers from glare as they go by.
Additionally, Mr. Chairman, the planning staff has asked us to add a berm here. We'll be adding a 3 to 4 foot berm along Vets Highway, and that would be with our landscaping on top of it. Our landscape hedgerow is approximately 4 feet. So that way, this light would further be deducted, as well as any lights that would be, you know, coming from people parking. The setback between Vets Highway to where people are actually parking is about 50 feet. It's a 50-foot buffer here.
So using that same angle you use in the back of the property, it would not affect the drivers going by, or it would?
It would not. We have a berm, we have landscaping on top, and we also use the cutoff shields.
Courtney, that's represented clearly on SK01. There's a section with the berm.
Well, if you're pulling that up, I'm going to let you do that while I turn to Mr. Brown. I believe I had some questions on lighting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, with double the luminous that we're requesting on this application, how many facilities do you have now where you have this type of lighting?
So nearly all of our facilities follow the lighting standards. All the ones we've
okay. That concludes Ms. Courtney's statements. And Chris, do you have anything else to say about lighting?
Well, I had a couple
just answering
questions.
Mr. Brown's questions.
Yes.
I'm sorry. That concludes Ms. Courtney's statement. Chris, do you have anything else to say with regard to lighting?
Ms. DiNicola, Mr. Brown had some questions that he just posed regarding.
Oh,
lighting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it, Mr. Brown.
Okay. Yeah, my question is, how many facilities you have with this type of lighting? Because we don't have anything in Islip that I know of with that lighting, because it doesn't meet our code, so we don't have it. And
well, actually, Mr. Brown, it does meet your code.
Commissioner's
It's
memo.
just that it doesn't meet the commissioner's memorandum. And quite frankly, this is a much more efficient way to light the site. Instead of having 22 more light fixtures, you're getting the same lighting. You have full compliance with your lighting ordinance. So that is what controls the design. Are you complying with the ordinance? The answer is yes. The manner in which the lighting has been designed is more efficient for the site, and it eliminates, as was testified to, 22 additional light pole fixtures. So it makes no difference. You're getting the more efficient lighting. There's no bleed. There's no light migration, and you're creating a safer driving environment on the site for the users.
Not to speak for Mr. Brown, but I think his question was a little different than what you're
Yes,
answering right now.
he
I
wanted
think
to know
he's
if we had a similar site, and I was going to refer to Brad if he was aware of a site with the similar lighting.
Right. And my next question is there one that's on Long Island where I could go look at it at night?
So, Mr. Chair, all of our locations have the same lighting in the sense that they meet the lighting code, as Mr. Giancola indicated, and as the expert from VHB was beginning to discuss before we had the technical difficulties there. But all of our sites have the same lighting requirements to be able to meet our safety standards and the lighting requirements of the jurisdictions that we're going into. But I'll turn it over to the expert from VHB for any additional comments.
Well, I just wanted to follow up on my last question, which was, is on Long Island, is there a location where I could just go look at it at night?
That has 33,000 lumens.
Given each one of our locations, I guess, Mr. Chair, they would have the same lighting, so you could go to our site in Shirley, for instance, but the issue is that each site is on different acreages, different size facilities, different parking requirements. So then, and again, not being a lighting expert, I can't say to the level of lumens that they would have. I would turn that to our consultant from VHB on the lighting question of whether or not those sites would put off the same level of light.
And the question also is, would the lightings have the glare shields, which I could witness?
So the lighting is designed off the Amazon standard. So you're going to see these fixtures with lumen outputs across the majority of these last mile facilities. I can't speak to a specific Long Island facility to refer to. The glare shield is not a requirement per time. It's an additional item that we're adding here to alleviate any stress for passerbys or the neighboring properties.
Mr. Brown, anything further on your end?
No.
I think Mr. Frugiero just unmuted. Brian, did you have a question?
Yeah, just I don't know if this such a thing exists for parking lot lighting, but do they ever use motion sensors in parking lot lighting? And what I mean by that is, let's say you have double the amount of lumens that we require. Maybe a certain percentage of your lights are off and are activated only by a motion sensor when a truck pulls up or a pedestrian walks underneath it to go to a car at night. So not all the lights are lit up at the same time, only as needed when someone's there. But you still have some light presence for safety purposes.
I think it's a good question. Unfortunately, not typically. Any type of that type of light is for security purposes. Someone enters your property, then the lights flash on. It's more on a security purposes, and that's that bright light. In cases like this, we worked with many hospitals in the area. This is not uncommon. I think to your question before is, are there other applications within the town that you could go look at? We could try to find some. But to our knowledge, again, this and looking at the site, looking at this specific site, these specific lights, you'd be adding a significant amount of more light to the property.
Mr. Bruno, did you have a question? I know before you were about to.
I was wondering about a site to go see as well, but I do have another question which kind of ties into traffic and everything in general. They are referring to this as a last mile facility. Now, clearly the radius for this facility is not 1 mile. I'm curious, what is the serviced area of this? Because we're looking at where we are, but remember, this is where Vets Highway, then it goes up, it serves the airport. You're going to be running past all of that. So I'm curious to what degree what is the radius that this facility serves?
Sure. So, Mr. Chair and Mr. Bruno, these facilities service a 45-minute drive time. It's not a exact circle of a 45-minute drive time. It'll be adjusted based on capacity needs for our customers, as well as where other sites on Long Island are located. So as we bring additional locations online, both in Nassau and Suffolk County, we'd be looking at adjusting our maps in addition to how we utilize our third-party providers with USPS, UPS, and to a lesser extent FedEx to help meet our customer demands as we look to provide the level of service that's counted on from our customers in order to meet their needs. So the 45-minute drive time is sort of a rule of thumb, but like I said, it's not a perfect circle around the location. It'll be adjusted as we bring sites online.
Not to be facetious about this, Mr. Griggs, but sometimes you couldn't get from this facility to the LIE in 45 minutes. So that's
I know it well.
And I got to tell you something that I guess that's part of the question is you're going to be adding to that traffic that slows up Veterans Highway. So I'm just trying to understand what I'm really trying to tell you is, as someone who lives in that area and all, there's a lot of complaint about the airport in general. Okay. But we all recognize that, people are going to be inconvenienced to a certain level, but those of us that live near it are inconvenienced, but we also have the benefit of it. I'm just trying to find out to what degree that this area is being inconvenienced, but to what degree is it benefiting? In other words, to how far is the benefit of having this facility here?
So I think from that standpoint, a few things. We've tried to modify our operations based on existing locations to mitigate that traffic impact. Our vans are not exiting this site till after what used to be the typical morning rush hour prior to the pandemic. They're not arriving back at the site at the end of their delivery routes until after what used to be the predominant evening rush hour period, with the first vans coming back to the site not until after 7 p.m. and the vans in the morning not leaving the site until after 10:30 a.m. for this particular location. So we've modified our operations to allow for a mitigation around morning and evening peak traffic periods. As far as additional positive impacts, beyond the direct employment and investment that would be going into this site, there's also, additional service that would be provided out of this location. Customers in this area would be able to expect 2-day, 1-day, potentially even same-day service out of this site from Amazon. And then, as I mentioned, industry-leading wages for our employees, full-time employees getting comprehensive benefits starting day one, the same that myself and our corporate employees have, and then additional opportunities for community engagement once Amazon enters the facility through a variety of different community processes, through charitable efforts and food drives and things of that nature that Amazon does once our facilities are operational.
Last question on that. This area that since there's no warehouse now, what is the facility? How far is the facility that's feeding this area now? A truck comes to my house. Where is it coming from? A van.
Correct. So this area would be facilitated by a variety of different service providers. It may be from, like I said, the site there in Shirley. We have another location in Bethpage that are currently operational, but additionally, we do utilize third-party providers. So we have delivery service partners with UPS and USPS that also handle our capacity on Long Island to the extent that it's needed. And then we are working on bringing, again, additional AMZL last mile facilities to Long Island. If you're looking for their origination point, as far as where the package that you order is coming from, they come from larger scale fulfillment centers like our one on Staten Island. That's where those products are housed as inventory. They're packaged in the Amazon product packaging. They're labeled and then put on the 18-wheeler. But your package may have originated from any of our fulfillment centers throughout North America.
I wasn't concerned about that. I was more concerned about what the last mile facility is that's serving now. That this is, in other words, think of it. I'm thinking of this the same way as we would start to talk about cell towers that they're always put in to produce something else, but we're getting fed from somewhere now. So I'm just thinking of it, and I don't know if that's a fair analogy, but that's the way I'm thinking of it now. And you're saying we're filling in this gap. I'm curious I was just wondering where it was being fed from now.
Yeah, so most likely it would be from either the Shirley site or one of our other third-party providers.
Mr. Moriarty, Ms. Cruz, Mr. Matamore, any questions? Mr. Matamore, unmute.
I just wanted to agree with Mr. Brown and the idea.
Speak a little louder, Mr. Matamore.
Oh, sure. I was just wanted to confirm Mr. Brown's point, and it's beginning to become clearer and clearer that the question going from 16,000 lumens to 32,000 lumens is not as simple as it sounds, in the sense that it has a lot to do with the topography that Courtney mentioned, I think, in one of your other presenters. And obviously, what we do here on that subject could be setting a precedent for other sites that don't have what you have. So my thought process is we would love to go see them and be able to indicate firsthand that we saw them in different circumstances of the geography, whether that's Shirley or Bethpage or somewhere else. I hope on the island, maybe not New Jersey, but we would do what we needed to do to satisfy ourselves, and then perhaps can be developed as time goes on a criteria when 32,000 lumens are appropriate and others when they're not appropriate. Well, you're dealing with the exact situation that you have to the northeast, and you're doing that in this situation. And my point is whether that can be determined in other locations of applications that shouldn't have 32,000 lumens, because they're can be considered in certain circumstances a nuisance. Here, there's very good reason that you've explained on why you'd like to go with them. And can we distinguish and use that criteria in other situations in the future without slitting our own throats and having the whole town lit up like Topsy, and much more light than we'd ever want as far as a residential aspect is concerned. So if we can go see some of those, whether it be Shirley or Bethpage, I think that would work to the advantage of this application so we can satisfy ourselves. Thank you. That was my point.
If I could address Mr. Matamore's comments, maybe you could shut yours off. The lighting on this site has been carefully planned. As the expert testified, we meet your lighting code, and so we meet all of the criteria of your lighting code. The reason this is a more efficient way to, and we have the same 20-foot height poles, it is just a more efficient way to light the site and not have any type of migration off the site. It has all of the shields, and you have 22 less fixtures. Adding 22 fixtures to meet a criteria of 16,000 lumens per fixture makes no sense when you can reduce 22 fixtures, have the same lighting, comply with your code. It's just a more efficient way to do it. Now, if you went to another site, Mr. Matamore, as you indicated, setting some kind of precedent, they would still have to meet your code. They, at 33,000 lumens in a fixture, they may not be able to do that. Plus, we keep these light fixtures away from the property line, away from the residential area, away from Veterans Memorial Highway. And so this has been carefully laid out to comply with the code, comply with the height of the fixtures, and yet reduce, not have the place look like an asparagus plant with 22 more light fixtures. That's just not efficient, Mr. Matamor, and that's the reason it was done this way.
Mr. Nicole, you may in fact be correct, and this may be a better way of doing this. I guess from the board's perspective, and whether it be going to another facility or you having something that you could have shown us even this evening, whether it be some type of a visual. They have a 33,000 lumens at X feet away at the same height as versus something of 16,000 lumens this much closer would be a good way for us to get, there are plenty of ways to do video simulations or photo simulations to show us that, to get a good feel for it. Obviously, we know what the code is and what the commissioner's memo is, and this may in fact be the best application, but I think we're all trying to grasp double the amount of lumens and how that looks. We don't want the holiday season. We don't want the Clark Griswold house popping up over there and being a problem. That's what we're seeking here. We're not arguing with you over the code or over the commissioner's memo. Just we're looking for something to quantify this for us to qualify.
I can understand the concern having double lumens, Mr. Chairman. We could do 22 more light fixtures with the 16,000, but it just makes no sense. But I understand your concern. Gee, 33,000 lumen. Oh my God, we're going to light up the world. Well, we're really not. We're complying with your code, and we're just we have a more efficient design. However, if we have a location, I wish I would be happy to send you there and say, hey, take a look.
Or location, or even a simulation that you could show us a simulation of what the difference, from the neighbor's property or from the property line, what it would look like with 16,000 lumens brightness versus 33,000 X amount more feet away with the extra shields that Chris was mentioning, just to give us that illustration.
Chris, is that possible? If I'm sorry, man.
So we can prepare a similar graphics to what we prepared for tonight's presentation. Those line of sight graphics and light spread plans, if that would appease.
But nothing video wise or image wise that would show the difference in brightness. Mr. Bruno, do you have something related to this?
I do, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect for Mr. DiNicola, and I'd like the lighting expert to let me know if I'm incorrect, but it's not the same thing as having the other 22 lighting fixtures, because the difference here is that when you increase onto these lights, you're going to create hot spots and cooler spots. Had you done this, if you added the 22 light fixtures, the truth of the matter is you would have a more even light across the entire parking lot. Where here, what you're doing is you're putting a hotter thing that goes a further distance. And please correct me if I'm wrong on this. So the visual is not the same, okay? It's the difference of saying, I could do something with a bunch of 60-watt bulbs, but I've decided to take 120-watt bulbs and put them further apart. Yes, you could argue that there's a distribution of light, but it is not the same distribution of light. And so, Mr. DiNicola, that's why I'd like to see it. I'm not saying that it's objectionable or not objectionable, but I'm saying it is not the same as adding it's not the same light effect as adding the other 22 poles.
Would you be able to respond to that, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. So I do want to note, speaking of these hotspots that you brought up, Mr. Bruno, there is a contrast standard developed to design these sites. We don't want people walking into extremely well-lit places and then kind of passing a transition zone into a darker space. That's not good for security or operations. So to your point that the higher lumen level allows further light spread, a higher level light spread at a distance. That is correct. A 16,000 lumen light is going to have a similar light spread, but at the furthest extent of this spread, it's going to be a much lower lighting level. So to Gene's point, our point earlier, adding those, we'd have to add the additional fixtures to kind of fill in those spots because we're going for the same overall lighting level, right? We still have to maintain that contrast level. We're still avoiding these hot and cold spots in lighting that you referred to. So adding those additional fixtures, like Courtney noted earlier, would bring them closer to the property lines. We'd still operate within code as far as foot candle proximity to property lines and everything, but we would be kind of eliminating that dark wooded buffer zone that we've set aside between us and the residential properties.
Thank you, Chris. Does that answer your question, Mr. Bruno?
I understand it. I get the point of keeping it away. I'm not, I want to be very clear. I'm not opposed to what you're trying to achieve. It's just really simply, I'd like to see what it looks like. Okay, because the other way I think would be more uniform. And I'm saying, well, you're saying we think this is better. I'm saying, okay, that sounds great. I'd like to see it to see if I agree with you. That's all.
All right, we'll see if we can provide something then.
Thank you. Mr. Moriarty, I see you're unmuted.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. Jumping back, if I could, to the traffic issue. I want to emphasize or pick up on a point that Mr. Ferriggiari raised. I think it would be very valuable to go back and take a look at the existing trip generation from the existing industrial uses that are currently on site, so we can get a better sense of what it looks like, and then extrapolate some conclusions based upon what the anticipated flows will be once this new project is up and running. So that I would encourage the applicant to go back and provide to us.
Mr. Moriarty, I was just going to, before you recognize, I was going to ask if Mr. Lenihan can address that. He does have those figures, I believe, that Mr. Ferriggiari was concerned about.
Mm-hmm.
Pat, can you address that question?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Gene. In the interim, I've taken the opportunity to look at my reference materials, and I believe Mr. Ferriggiari, and if I get your name wrong, I apologize. I tried my best. You had mentioned the Institute of Transportation Engineers, I believe, which, as you're probably all aware, is the standard for lots of land uses for trip generation and light industrial included. So if we take a look at a general light industrial occupation of 148,000 square foot building, that use will generate traffic and its peak traffic during the traditional AM and PM commuter peak periods. So on a weekday during the AM peak hour that's going to occur between 7 and 9 a.m., we would anticipate 148,000 square foot building would generate about 130 trips, and that's combined entering and exiting. The Amazon site during that same time period of 7 to 9 a.m., based on the information from Amazon and the operation of the site generates 2 trips. So that is a big reduction during that commuter peak period when the roadways are congested. During the PM peak period, which is between 4 and 6, again for the industrial use, because the industrial use is mostly the peak is mostly associated with the employees inside the building, so they come and go during these peaks. During the PM peak hour, we could expect about 120 trips in that hour, and again, that's entering and exiting. And the Amazon use during the peak hour in that time period would generate 86 trips. So during those commuter windows, when we see the congestion we're all familiar with on Vets Highway, this use generates significantly less. Now, full disclosure, I talked before about our peaks being off and outside of those commuter peaks. So our peak is 10 to 11 a.m. in the morning, where we're going to see 251 trips. Our PM peak is 8 to 9, and we're going to see 245 trips. So those trips occur in a period of time, as Brad talked about, which is beneficial in the fact that much of that congestion that occurs on the roadways in the area is not present. Regardless of that, our traffic impact study took a very detailed look at not only the driveways of the site, but 9 intersections. And the details of that are in our traffic study. But I just wanted to give you that information for your use. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. How many trucks?
Does that help, Mr. Moriarty?
It does help. Thank you. How many delivery vans? I got a little confused with the numbers back and forth. How many Amazon delivery vans will be on site each day? Not the tractor trailers, the delivery vans themselves.
So the vans will fluctuate throughout the year. We've built the capacity into the plan to allow for vans on site, I believe to be in roughly the 240 vans, I believe is the design that was submitted, more or less. That is our capacity at max. But throughout the year, it will hover at around 50 to 60% of that number to accommodate our steady state operations.
So then on average, then you'd be talking about 140 just splitting the difference, 140 vans on average, taking the slow periods and the very busy periods out.
Correct. That would be the vans being utilized. We may still station the unused vans in that area given the parking.
Okay, got it. And you mentioned earlier there's going to be a period after the vans go out where there's this flex ride program that comes in. And how many of those come in each day?
During our steady state period, about 60. So it'd be approximately one wave.
So 60, in addition to the vans, there'd be about 60 flex cars coming in.
Yeah, those are individual, drivers' personal vehicles.
Okay, and how many employees will need parking on site each day?
So we have associate spaces on site for, I believe, about 250, approximately 260 associates on site. Now, again, that's to allow for our maximum capacity during peak. That number will fluctuate during the year. The numbers I quoted on job counts earlier in the year are because of how the majority of our associates work during the overnight period, during that, sort of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. window, more or less. And so during that time, we need to hire full-time, we're working to hire more and more full-time folks, but that third shift is difficult to hire. So there are part-time. So that's why the number of associates spaces are where they're at in the plan itself.
Okay. And just the last point I want to make, picking up on Chairman Friedland's point, I had also calculated in my mind the size of the wall in that northeast corridor being on the Amazon side of the property, therefore being 24 feet tall. So I thought, well, it doesn't really matter because it sounds like these light posts are 20 feet, so it's not an issue. Is there a way, but that's not the case because it turns out the wall is on the lower end, not on the higher end. Is there a way of mitigating some of that light by extending the wall to sort of alleviate any concerns those neighbors have about lights? I agree. If it's higher than the light post itself, then clearly it won't be penetrating. We're kind of relying upon an assumption that it's going to dissipate over an extended period of land, and it might well be. But I think you can eliminate it completely as a potential concern if you could address some increase in the height of the wall on the Amazon side. I throw it.
As to your question, I mean, we'd have to raise it, the sound wall, at almost a significant amount. I mean, you'd be looking at it almost another 7 to 10 feet. So again, this is over 232 feet away. We're adding vegetation. Obviously, there's 232 feet of existing vegetation. Then we're adding, again, another evergreen vegetation on the back of that to replace anything that we're taking and putting that 40 to 50 feet high, as well as, again, that light is not even coming over. And so if we did have to revise our plans and we did have to add the 22 more lights, we would certainly be over that wall. Whereas right now the light shining is not over that wall.
No, I understand, but and again, I'm thinking as how a neighbor's going to perceive that. I agree with you that vegetation will be 40 feet tall 20 years from now, but it's not going to be 40 feet tall when it's planted. It's going to be 10 feet tall. So you're not going to get a lot of light, dissipation for a number of years. I agree. Over time, it's likely to go away as an issue. I'm not conditioned. I think that I want to try to make it work. I'm trying to sort of figure out are there solutions that we can put out there that are not necessarily excessive costs, but rethinking where certain changes might accommodate some of these concerns. So I throw it out.
Well, yeah, and regardless of the trees that we're installing in the back of it, again, you have trees that are well over existing vegetation that is well over the height that we're installing in trees. Again, 252 feet.
Agreed, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but you also indicated that you're going to be removing some of those trees in that land as well. So there's no assurance that those trees that are there now will be there at the end of the process, and therefore a neighbor may be concerned about that. And I think it's a reasonable concern. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and to that point, I'm going to Mr. Ferragliari, then Ms. Cruz. I know a question. My same question would relate to the sound. I guess when we were talking about capturing the sound within the overnight hour, I originally thought we had a 20-something foot wall there with including the sound attenuation wall on top of that. Now it's 13 feet. I don't even know the height of a tractor trailer, but I don't know that I'd have to sort of quantify that. Extending the wall up, does that help with sound attenuation as well, or sound expanding outside that as well, at that area?
This is Jason Ross. Yes, increasing the height of the wall could have some incremental benefits in further reducing noise. You get the majority of your noise reduction once you break that line of sight, and then a few feet beyond that is where you sort of get more decibels per height of the wall.
And also cognizant of the fact that since the elevation is much higher, that putting a wall much higher would look like this grand, great wall that's standing there that may not want to be seen from the neighbor's property as well. So I think there needs to be a balance there as well. But just from my perspective, when we started talking about this, I thought we were talking about a 24-foot from the property elevation, not from where the trucks will be working, not from the bottom level of the property elevation. Mr. Ferragliari, your mic went off, and then Ms. Cruz.
Yeah, just not to speak for the other board members, but I think what we're looking for here is some type of mitigating factor to justify any type of variance from the commissioner's memo. I mean, absent that, we have other large users that are not Amazons, but similar to Amazons, and the Costco's and the BJ's and the Lowe's and the Home Depots. When they come in, they're going to say, well, you did it for Amazon, why can't you do it for us? And it'd be nice to be able to point to something that Amazon did that sort of set you apart and keeping you, compliant with the goals and intents of the commissioner's memo.
I'll take the nods as okay from the Amazon team. Ms. Cruz, did you have a question related to current lighting versus?
Well, my question was what I wasn't sure if I saw it or anybody mentioned what lighting is there now, and do the neighbors see? Are they able to see that lighting now? And what does it look like from their side? Is it can they see the poles that are there? The lighting that is there now, are the poles? How many poles are there now? I wasn't sure if I captured that.
Don't know if Ms. Wozniak or Ms. DiNicola has that information.
Let's see. All right. No, we don't have that information. We didn't do a survey of the Federal Express property, and right now there aren't too many lights, to the best of my knowledge, on 725 or 717. So that's something that we would have to look at, and I can't answer that question. I don't think anyone else can answer that question for Ms. Cruz right now.
Because wouldn't FedEx need some sort of similar lighting, because they're also transporting and the same packages, not the same packages, but in the same realm of deliveries, and these trucks, 18-wheelers and stuff like that. So wouldn't they need the same lighting or similar lighting?
They don't have the size operation by any stretch that Amazon is proposing here. So I don't think I don't believe they need that type of lighting.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I was going to say, to speak on that point too, that there's a large variety of lights, out on the market. There's no guarantee that the FedEx site is using these high efficiency LEDs or implementing the external glare shields that we're proposing.
Thank you. And Ms. Wozniak or Ms. DiNicola, maybe more so from Ms. Wozniak, just to go back to, I know, Gene, when we opened up, you mentioned that you would agree to no CNRs that limit or restrict the days or hours of operation, which I think is why we're being very critical on the lighting and the sound and the rest. If we're not going to have those restrictions in there, we want to make sure that we're protecting all those that are, particularly in the northeast corner, and then obviously the individuals driving by on the main road. So the questions that we've asked that I think Brian put out there and the rest of the board put out there, if you can go through that with us, I think that may make us satisfied in terms of the hours and restrictions on the hours. But you also talked about nothing in there that would permit a revocation. Ms. Wozniak, what are the typical conditions or CNRs that would permit a revocation that we would be not putting in there?
In the packet, I believe, just need to figure out because there's 3 different sets of conditions.
Or Ms. DiNicola, if you have them on the tip of your tongue, feel free to help.
Well, they have if there are substantiated complaints, they have a right to have, the planning board has a right to schedule a revocation hearing. This operation is with the amount of investment, the amount of work, the cost, once it starts, they can't be subject to a recall and say, okay, we're making, somebody complained, you're making noise. Somebody complained, we see the lights. You're going to have to stop operating between 12 o'clock midnight and 6 o'clock in the morning. We simply can't do that. Once the operation starts, it cannot be stopped. We will cooperate with the town in every manner that Amazon is capable of doing so, and we will have a design. We want to have a design that we are not going to have a problem with. That's why we went to great lengths to design a lighting plan that is completely efficient for this site, has no impact, literally, I mean, as much as no can be on the adjoining property owners. We have, by raising the grade to accommodate the additional parking on the east side, we are capturing, I think, and I'll be subject to correction on this, close to 4 acres of water that will not be running off. Now, we can't address the site to the north because of the slope of the property toward Bishop Lane, but we will be picking up 4 acres of drainage that now runs to the cul-de-sac at Bishop Lane. With regard to the noise, we have a sound attenuation wall. The town permits 6 feet. We started at 8 feet. We believe we intend to go to 10 feet, which is going to stop lighting because the poles are nowhere now near the lighting fixtures are nowhere near the property line because of the design. The sound attenuation wall will pick up, will reduce or eliminate a great deal of sound that would be generated by the trucks. The loading, when they back up to the loading bay, all the loading takes place, offloading takes place inside. So there's nothing outside, with the exception, of course, being within the truck body. So there's a great deal of thought, which Amazon is an extremely efficient operation. Everything has been considered to address any neighbor's concerns. But once it starts, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there cannot be no recall. If there is an issue, we'll do our very best to work with the town to eliminate it. But there can be no revocation, and there can be no changing. This 24/7 operation goes on as described, and I can't be clearer.
But I guess to my point on that, one, I would have the same point that Mr. Ferriggiari made earlier, is that if these are standard conditions in all applications, why are we creating a precedent going forward? But even if we agree to not having that in there, if in fact there is a violation of the town code as it relates to the decibel level that you can have bleeding into a neighbor's property, if that's 50 decibels and you're exceeding the 50 decibel. And I'm not the expert on this, but I would think that the revocation hearing or a violation of the town code may ultimately lead to that. I don't know if that's a condition of our agreement or our CNRs. That'd be a violation of the town code.
The town can issue an ordinance violation, take us into the district court, and we would have to correct it.
And if it wasn't corrected?
No, then you bring on a proceeding in the Supreme Court to enforce that ordinance. It can be done. It's the will of the municipality to do it. Quite frankly, I don't think you will have those issues, but I can understand the hesitation and doubt of the board.
Right. And then I guess in lieu of a revocation hearing, maybe language to the effect of if in fact there are violations that substantiated violations. Obviously, we get complaints all the time, as you know, and we know, but that the board may have discretion in terms of not revoking your CFO, but modifying the lighting on the property or modifying things at the discretion of the planning board.
As I indicated to Ms. Wozniak, we cannot agree to revocation and we cannot agree to changing the hours. It's a 24/7 operation. To come back and resolve issues of lighting, of noise, I think it can be addressed, but once the investment is made, once the operation starts, it's just not operation that we can permit to be terminated or limited.
So outside of the revocation of the 24 hours, which is obviously your concern, the planning board having discretion to, if there are substantiated violations in language to that effect in terms of modifications to the lighting or modifications to sound attenuation or modifications to other things that would alleviate that problem, is something that you would be okay with being in a CNR.
I would defer to Mr. Griggs on that, but I would believe that Amazon would be amenable to that.
Again, Mr. Chair, we would be open to those discussions, and as Gene indicated, to that being part of the process here.
Okay. Are there further questions from the board? Would the applicant like to add anything further to the application?
No, I think we have thoroughly vetted this application, Mr. Chairman, and I certainly thank the board's inquiry and time that they've put in on this application. I'll again renew my request that the application be approved at this time, and that the conditions, I'm sure Ms. Wozniak and I will be able to work out the conditions based on the intent of the board.
Right. I think, and I'm only one on the board, but I think the motion is going to be reserved so we can get some answers to the questions that we posed to you. And if you want, after the meeting, either through Ms. Wozniak or myself, we can try and summarize what the board members are looking for to clarify some of the things in your proposal from this evening.
I can appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
And then we can go from there.
Thank
you all. Is there a motion from the board? Mr. Moriarty.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, sorry. I would move to close the hearing and reserve decision this evening. Give the opportunity for the applicant and for the staff to work out some of these issues and answer a few still open questions.
Thank you. There's a motion by Mr. Moriarty to close the public hearing and reserve decision this evening. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, and I'd just like to clarify that is on PB 2020-22, PB 2020-23, and PB 2020-24, all three.
Correct. This is a motion for all three consolidated into one.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second the motion.
And a second by Mr. Brown. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Were reserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Have a wonderful holiday and be careful.
Yeah.
Thank you, too.
Thank you.
All right, item 5 on the agenda, Planning Board Application Public Hearing, 39 Windsor LLC, PB 2020-029, west side of Windsor Place, 2,093.38 feet north of Connecticut Avenue, Central Islip, 39 Windsor Place. Applicant requests a Planning Board special permit for the outdoor overnight storage of vehicles and boats in connection with sale by auction in the Industrial 1 District pursuant to 68-340.1S. Site plan modifications are also requested as part of this application. Good evening to the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Friedland, Timothy Shea, Sir Tillman Ballin, 100 Motor Parkway, Hauppauge, New York, for the applicant. Yeah, I assume you can hear me?
We can hear you, we can't see you, but
I can't
it's up
see
to
me
you.
either. Oh, here we go. Start my video. Here we go. And first of all, I want to thank the board for consolidating those 3 hearings for Mr. Di Nicola. Otherwise, we'd be here till tomorrow morning. And I promise not to take up the full 90 minutes that you've allotted me.
90. 30.
So tell me how you'd like to proceed, sir, please.
The application, George, go ahead. You have up to 30 minutes to present.
Okay, so I'll try and take substantially less than that. The application in front of the board is for a special permit for an auction house and site plan with site plan modifications. The site in question is a 5-acre site located on the west side of Windsor Place in Central Islip. The site currently has a 35,026 square foot building, which has office space and warehousing space inside. And the part of the special permit is to allow for the auction house use of the property. When the property was purchased in 2012 by the current owners, they moved in and began having auctions on the site, not realizing that the CO for that they had for warehouse and office space was not specifically defined with regard to the use. There was one incident many moons ago. I will call it a perfect storm. It was in, I think, 2013. There was a snowstorm after a large hurricane where there was a lot of inventory on site. There was 18 inches of snow and there was some parking issues where some of the people who come to the auctions, which occur once every 2 weeks on that particular date, were parking up and down Windsor Place. And that's what brought us to the attention of the town and brought us to the attention of the issue with regard to the town code. We spent the better part of the last number of years speaking to the town and trying to help them adopt a code provision for auction house that would meet the needs of the user, but also in order to and adapt our plan to the needs of the town and the concerns that they had going forward with this type of code provision and use. And through those efforts, I'd like to thank the planning department for their patience and their time on that. So what we have done is we laid out the site consistent with the town code with regard to auction houses. If you look at the rear of the site, which would be on the left-hand side of your site plan, there is a 25-foot natural buffer. There was some areas cleared out which will be revegetated along the rear of the property to make the 50-foot buffer as required by code. Furthermore, the outdoor storage of vehicles and equipment and boats is going to be segregated, with only vehicles being allowed to be stored within 100 feet of the residential property to the rear. And there's a 100-foot minimum setback for any boat or equipment storage on the subject premises. Inside the site, there is an office space and a room for indoor auctions, which would be for like real property or personal property that is smaller than vehicles and boats. And people do come, or they used to come, I should say, once every 2 weeks. There would be a on-site auction for vehicles, boats, and equipment. Since COVID, all of the auctions have taken place via the web, via computer. And we've been speaking to the owner of the property, the runner of the auctions, Malta Auctions, and they anticipate that going into the future, that the vast majority, if not all of their auctions in the future may be held by the web, and because people have adapted to it. And now that the technology exists, it's unlikely that they're going to have the same on-site presence with regard to people coming to inspect the goods and purchase the goods on site. That was not the case when this site plan was originally brought up, and the town had requested that we provide enough parking to make sure that there wasn't ever going to be a parking overflow. And in consideration of that, we have designed the site with 163 parking stalls. The use, I mean, although it's a different use here, it's essentially in large part the same use as what it was before. The current owner, it's a warehouse with outdoor parking of vehicles and outdoor storage of larger vehicles. And in this case, it's boats and equipment. But the prior owners were utilizing it for tractor trailers, et cetera, typical of a warehouse. So it's very similar in use with regard to that. And we have negotiated the conditions of approval with Ms. Wozniak, and I would like to thank her for her time and patience on this matter. And we were able today to work out the last couple little language issues that we had with some of the conditions. We now have read the conditions that were sent to us later in the day. We agreed to the same, and we would hope that the board would grant our application in full.
Thank you. We'll go to public hearing, then Ms. Wozniak, then we'll come back for any questions. I don't see anybody who's signed up to speak for this. If you're on the phone and want to speak on this application, please hit *9 on your phone. In the interim, Ms. Wozniak, why don't you go ahead and give your report?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subject property is located on the west side of Windsor Place, approximately 2,000 feet north of Connecticut Avenue in Central Islip. The property is improved with 35,000 square foot partial two-story industrial building, which has a CO for a warehouse and office use. The property is currently being utilized as an auction house, which engages in the sale of real estate, jewelry, vehicles, boats, and equipment. The auction house is a permitted use, but it will require a CO in addition to a special permit to permit the outdoor overnight storage of vehicles and boats. The applicant is proposing to store 138 cars and 19 boats and large vehicles on site toward the rear of the property. The passenger vehicle storage area meets the required 50-foot setback from residences, and the boat and equipment storage area meets the required 100-foot setback from residences. In addition, the applicant is proposing a 50-foot vegetated buffer to the west, as well as a significant setback from the street, along with fencing and additional landscaping to screen the storage area. In addition to the vehicle and boat parking area, the applicant has provided a parking area of 163 spaces to be utilized by employees and patrons during auction events. A parking analysis was conducted by LK McQueen Associates in 2017 to determine an appropriate parking ratio for the use. That study analyzed two similar sites on Long Island and concluded that a ratio of 0.28 times the number of auction vehicles plus 110 spots was sufficient for the use. Based on this, the applicant has provided sufficient parking, showing the 163 spaces for a maximum storage area of 157 vehicles to be auctioned off at a single time. There has been unpermitted clearing on site to provide room for the storage of vehicles, but the applicant is proposing to restore the required buffer and preserve the wooded area along the street frontage as best as possible. However, the 34% overall and a 41% front yard landscaping relaxation is still required, in addition to pavement relaxation for the vehicle and boat storage area in the rear of the property. Based on this, planning recommends the board grant the application subject to the attached conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Wozniak. Any questions from the board? Not seeing anything further from the applicant.
I guess Mr. DiNicola wore you all out.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Brown.
I'd make, based on the staff report and the CNRs being agreed to by the client, I make a motion to grant.
It's a motion by Mr. Brown to grant the application, subject to the CNRs. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Matamore. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Item 6 on the agenda, Town Board Application Public Hearing, 1174 Sunrise Associates LLC, CZ 2020-023, northeast corner of Manatuck Boulevard and Howells Road, County Route 57, number 111, Bay Shore 111 Howells Road. Applicant requests a change of zone from General Service T District to Business 3 District and a Town Board special permit for a motor vehicle dealership pursuant to Town Code 68-302F. Site plan modifications may be required as part of this application. Good evening to the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. This is Mel Gonzalez, MIG Architect, PLLC, 1050 Nichols Road, Islandia, New York, 11749. I'm here on behalf of Bright Bay LLC regarding the subject property on the corner of Manatuck and Howells Road. And I believe Mr. Finity, Jack Finity, the attorney, will also be present, and he'll be speaking on behalf of the client as well.
Yes.
Jack, you there?
Yes, Mel.
Okay. The purpose of our hearing tonight is the property that is on the corner. It's on the southeast corner of Manatuck and Howells, is currently vacant. And the adjoining properties to the north and to the east are currently Bright Bay Lincoln car dealership. And my client is proposing to convert the existing vacant lot into a automobile inventory lot, where we would provide the necessary landscaping, fencing, lighting, as well as site drainage, and maintain the use of the Manatuck Boulevard for the purpose of unloading their inventory vehicles. Jack, you want to add to that?
Yeah, Mel, if I can. First of all, I'd like to note that this property has never been residential. It's always been commercial. Years ago, there was a funeral parlor there. And after that, there was an insurance agency. And eventually, our mutual client knocked down the building, changed it to vacant. And also, I would like to point out that to the immediate east of this is the same property that's owned by the same client. And some years ago, this went to the town board in order, that used to be residential, and it was converted to automobile storage and has been there ever since. And so there's it is all commercial in that area. Across the street is residential, but on this side of Howells Boulevard is all basically automobile dealerships and an apartment house.
Anything further from the applicant on this?
I believe that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, I will turn to the public hearing part of this, then we'll get a staff report, and then we'll come back for any questions. I'm going to go to Mr. Estevez, Kenny Estevez. Mr. Estevez, are you with us? If you are, you can go ahead.
Chairman, members of the board, how are you this evening?
Good. Go right ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Kenny Estevez. I reside at 559 Manatuck Boulevard in Bright Waters, New York. My property is actually adjacent to the property that they wish to do a parking lot. I'm right at the corner. My concerns are, yes, there is an apartment building, and a few years back when we moved in, they did have an extension of Bright Bay for the storage of vehicles. And they clear the land. They do landscape it every week. They do keep it well. My concerns are if they're going to extend that parking lot, then there's going to be more traffic as far as trailers are concerned for unloading their new and used vehicles to their lot. And sometimes they're very early in the morning, and sometimes they use Howells Road. So my concern is that it'll be an eyesore. And unless they do something where, they do something as far as putting some sort of sound barrier wall there, or something that's going to deflect some lighting. Because right now, when I walk out my front door, that's what I see. And at night, they did a wonderful job on the Sunrise Highway side as far as remodeling is concerned. But they did put new lighting up, and it is bright. It's very bright. So I'm on the village side, pay high taxes. I don't want my property value to go down, and I'm right on the corner. And I just wanted to make sure that if they're going to do something like that, it's for that purpose. And to maybe really, really be stringent on the setback so that the cars are not right on the curb. And, when we pass by, it's not an eyesore in the corner. Because there is high traffic in that one little area that goes from the service road to Howells Road in between. There's a lot of traffic in between there as far as 18-wheelers when they're servicing. So there's a lot of movement. So if they put more vehicles there, it'll just be more of either an eyesore or just more traffic in general.
Thank you.
Ms. Barbara, you're doing a great job. You haven't stopped.
Thank you very much, Ms. Estevez.
Thank you, Mr.
Go
Chairman.
to Ronald and Claudia, is it Ruggieri? When you're ready, just unmute and go ahead. Ronald and
Can you hear
Claudia
us?
Ruggieri. There you go. You're on now.
All right. My husband's going to speak.
Yes, my name is Ron Ruggieri. We reside at 112 Howells Road in Brightwaters, and a lot of the current concerns that we have are very similar to what Kenny had just mentioned. We're concerned about the noise level increasing with cars going in and out. We're also concerned about the lighting. Okay, right now it's pretty well lit, that area, and we're concerned, are they going to be putting additional lighting in there? Are there going to be any glass shields for lighting? Obviously very concerned that, down the line that this doesn't maybe change to some other, like that they don't put a garage there, or some kind of, working facility that's going to really increase the noise level. And obviously, we're concerned about the value of our home going down. Nobody wants to look out, a bedroom window and see, a whole bunch of cars in the parking lot.
Thank you. We will talk about lighting and noise level after the public hearing.
Okay.
I'm going to turn to Alex Darian.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, my name is Alex Darian, and I live across the street also in 553 Brooklyn Boulevard. And I share some of the concerns previously mentioned, particularly the light pollution. Actually, as it is right now, there's a significant amount of light pollution that comes from Bright Bay. And I'm concerned that that's going to get worse with greater proximity as it's laid out here on the plan. That's my primary concern. And then a secondary concern was mentioned by the first public comment, which was the traffic, the increased traffic load on that bypass road that goes to the service road. The light pollution is significant on typically on a summer day if you're outside. From my backyard, and I'm 2 houses away from Howells Road, It lights up my backyard, without, and I have a 6-foot tall picket fence on the north side of my yard that faces that dealership, and it's significant. And I can only imagine for the people on the first tier, but certainly even people behind me complain about the same thing. So that's my primary concern. And as mentioned, the traffic load on that bypass road. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Those are all the individuals I see who wish to speak on this. If you're on the phone again and you want to speak on this one, please hit *9 on your phone and we will allow you to speak. In the interim, I'm going to go ahead and ask Hogan to give a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As stated by the applicant, this application proposes an expansion of an existing motor vehicle dealership for the parking of cars on vacant land. The property was rezoned from General Service D to General Service T in 1991 to allow for a mixed-use building. While the proposed zoning is more intense, the property would be incorporated into an existing business 3 use, and if limited to parking, would likely have fewer adverse impacts than an office and an apartment use. It also brings the lot area of the dealership closer to conformance with the minimum requirements of the town code. The site plan adds landscaping and provides cross-access through the existing dealership, as well as into Manitowoc Boulevard. The applicant could consider closing the Manitowoc Boulevard entrance to limit vehicular conflicts on that road and add a few more spots for their inventory. This would also limit traffic access into that immediate area near the residences, which is one of the concerns just noted. But we did hear some concerns from the public tonight. We also were reached out by the Village of Brightwaters, who wished to comment on the site plan after their review. So the staff would recommend that the board reserve the application tonight to review those comments heard tonight with the applicant and to await any formal comments from the village.
Thank you, Mr. Colgan. Can we just speak to traffic, sound, and lighting back there, and what this will do to the area on the Brightwater side or behind the property?
Sure. I'd like to address first with respect to the lighting. The lighting, we are going to comply with the Town of Islip dark sky compliance, the regulations of the lighting code. We are proposing only 3 light poles right now. They're all in compliance with their specifications, cutoff lenses as required. With respect to the screening, that the parking on that Manitowoc Boulevard, that creates, I guess, a little bit of congestion that the gentleman had mentioned. And I think what's going to happen with this parking lot, because it's providing additional parking, my understanding is that it will allow some of the employees to be able to relocate their vehicles from Manitowoc onto the Bright Bay property, therefore alleviating some of that congestion that they were concerned about. With respect to the additional traffic flow, I don't believe there will be significant or any increase, because that is currently used as a drop-off or unloading area for the dealership, and that will not change in any way from what I'm aware of. I believe Mr. Curcio, the owner of Bright Bay, is with us tonight, and he can speak to that effect as well.
Hi, everyone. You can hear me. My name is Carl Curcio. I'm the owner of Bright Bay Lincoln. And I wanted to speak to you folks about the traffic. There will be no additional traffic. Our business model hasn't changed at all. I'm hoping to get some employee parking onto the dealership as opposed to on Manitowoc Boulevard, which will make it much easier to load and unload vehicles on Manitowoc as opposed to Howells. There will be no additional impact when it comes to noise or traffic. So if anybody has any additional questions, I'm here to answer them.
Are there further, Mr. Brown?
Yes, we had an experience with another dealership on the other side of the highway with the unloading and the loading of the cars. So what is going to be your operation, and where do you plan to park the trailer? Maybe you could indicate some hours. When, because I don't think that the hours of with the cars that come in are consistent. That it's probably all over. But are they late at night?
Certainly, we can mitigate delivery times, but normally they're during business hours. We're there from 8 in the morning till about 9 o'clock at night. Very rarely do we see any vehicles being delivered after 9 o'clock at night. We unload vehicles on Manatuck Boulevard, which is really a commercial, more or less a commercial area because we're north of Howells. So that usually doesn't impact the neighborhood. We would continue to load and unload vehicles on Manatuck Boulevard, therefore trying to mitigate any vehicles on the county road, which is Howells Boulevard. But again, like I said, there will be no additional vehicle trailers coming. Our business model hasn't changed. There'll be no impact in terms of additional noise or vehicles idling. It's just not what we do.
I'm good, Mr. Chairman.
I'm muted. Further questions from members of the board? Not seeing any. I look for a motion. Mr. Matamore? You're on mute, Mr. Matamore, if you're speaking.
One comment, and I will make the motion. But the comment was I was out there yesterday for 15 or 20 minutes, and I was on the property way in the back. I never saw another car move since I was there. It was very quiet. There was storage of vehicles back there. When I read the call of the meeting for this, it initially led one to believe that there may be structures that were going to be built back there that were sales in nature, which in fact is obviously not the case, but having to do with a parking area, which is only a certain height. I remember the funeral home that used to be there and other uses that could go there. And on balance, Bright Bay has been one of the stable facilities along Sunrise Highway selling cars and has a great reputation for maintaining their properties. So I did have a chance to see it live, and I feel that the application is reasonable and the applicant is credible and what he's said tonight. So I would make a motion to close the hearing and pass the application subject to the covenants and restrictions already drawn.
Mr. Matamore, I'm going to obviously accept your motion because you made it, but I think what needs to be done this evening, based upon the comments from the Village of Brightwaters, is that we need to leave this open for 30 days because they would like to submit a letter to us.
Okay.
For consideration. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I think just based on the fact that they've asked for an opportunity to put a letter in, they asked us to adjourn the meeting and put it off to a later date, but rather than have the applicant have to repost everything and resend everything, we agreed to go ahead with the meeting and just give them the opportunity to submit a letter that we can consider their comments for the record. So would you like me to ask for a second on your motion, or would you like to modify your motion?
Well, I'd modify the motion that, of course, we reserve decision to allow the Village of Brightwaters to do exactly that. But I would not like to see the applicant have to come back yet again and go through what they've done now in the presentation. And I think it is a credible application with a credible applicant. But let's see what the Village of Brightwaters is going to say.
So that's it.
I would make that motion to reserve decision to allow that to occur.
So it's a motion by Mr. Matamore to reserve decision and leave the record open for the village to place the letter within the next 30 days.
Yes, please.
Is there a second to that motion? Second by Mr. Moriarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We're reserved. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Have a great
Have a good
night.
evening.
Appreciate your help.
Town Board application, item number 7, public hearing, E17 Holdings LLC, CZ 2020-024, north side of Main Street, State Route 27A, number 269E, approximately 101 feet west of Laurel Avenue, East Islip, 269 East Main Street. Applicant requests Town Board permission to convert 5,638 square feet of a health club into a medical office pursuant to TC 3416. A parking relaxation is requested as part of this application. Good evening to the applicant. Whenever the applicant's ready, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this is Andrew Valeri, the applicant's traffic engineer. I don't see Brian Kennedy. He is the applicant's counsel. I'm not sure if he's in the meeting, and he's the one that would really get us started.
See him down at the bottom on the screen. I just don't know if he's, there we go.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for that. I was just disconnected as I was brought into the meeting. For the applicant, Brian Kennedy from Torcelli, Deegan, Tirana. The office is at 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York. Present with me today is Bradley Lippman and Leon Meyer, principals of E17 Holdings, Mark Mancini, Jerry Gisario, Andrew Valari, and Dan Abruzzi. The applicant is before this board seeking approval to convert 5,638 square feet of an existing fitness center into pediatric medical offices. Should this board recommend approval, these offices will be occupied by Stony Brook University Advanced Pediatric Care. Town board approval is required to remove existing covenants and restrictions on the use of the subject property. These covenants and restrictions, recorded in 1983, restrict the use of the subject parcel to apartments, theater, restaurant or coffee shop, fitness center, and related accessory uses. All other uses require town board approval. Additionally, a parking relaxation is requested as part of the applicant's redevelopment of this site. The applicant has spent several years attempting to redevelop and improve the subject site. Represented by prior counsel, the applicant was before this board on March 15th of 2018 as part of an application to convert a portion of the subject property into a daycare facility known as the Learning Experience. Ultimately, because of difficulties presented with the construction process, that plan did not materialize. Now, as you can see on the screen, the subject parcel is located on the eastern portion of a building that was originally constructed as a school. That building has been subdivided into 3 separate parcels and converted into a variety of uses, each of which complement each other. All 3 of these parcels share a cross-access parking easement, a copy of which has been provided to the planning department and the planning board prior to this meeting. The western portion of this site is occupied by Fairfield Apartments. This center portion is occupied by Bayway Arts Center, and the eastern portion is currently occupied by a fitness center. That is the portion subject to this application. Each of these existing uses complement one another, and the proposed addition of a medical office maintains the complementary uses spread among these properties. Now, the existing fitness center is approximately 19,500 square feet. The application before this board this evening calls for a repurposing of the southern portion of the existing fitness center, this portion right down here. Now, due to declining use at the existing fitness center, the applicant is seeking to convert this space into medical offices. Should the board recommend this approval. The existing fitness center would be repurposed to occupy 13,955 square feet for use by its members. This reduction in size will allow the applicant to dramatically improve the fitness center. All existing amenities in that fitness center will remain and be improved. This includes updates to the sauna, steam room, and locker rooms. Now, there is a mezzanine existing in the fitness center that is 3,803 square feet. That will be converted into storage for unused exercise equipment and machines to be repaired. Members of the fitness facility will not utilize that space. As fewer people utilize fitness centers as a whole, there is no longer a need for such a large space. This center will be redesigned to accommodate existing members' needs in this new space. Now, the applicant understands that the existing covenants and restrictions were put in place for a reason. However, the history of this property indicates that a fitness center cannot succeed in such a large space. Almost 20,000 square feet is too large a space for a business of that type. According to the applicant, at least 3 fitness centers have failed to thrive at this location, and that is prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has, as this board knows, has presented even greater problems for gyms and fitness centers throughout Long Island. The proposed reduction in space will benefit the existing tenant as well as occupy the newly created space at the southern portion. According to the applicant, the peak hours of the existing fitness center occur before and after normal business hours, whereas the proposed medical office will operate from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekdays and 8 to 4 on Saturdays. Saturdays will be significantly slower than weekdays as there will only be one provider. On weekdays, there are typically 3 to 4 providers servicing patients. As for the Bayway Arts Center, the theater was recently sold and as of January 11th of 2021, the new owners will begin hosting performances at the site. The vast majority of these performances will occur on Friday and Saturday evenings, as well as performances on Sunday. Additionally, theater classes will be held on weekdays, with the earliest classes beginning at 4:30 p.m. The vast majority of theater usage will occur during periods when the proposed medical center will be closed or be providing significantly reduced services. It is incredibly unlikely that peak hours of the theater will conflict with the hours proposed by Stony Brook Advanced Pediatric. Now, just a quick description of Stony Brook Pediatric. They have 12 advanced pediatric cares throughout Suffolk County. This site will provide state-of-the-art medical services to pediatric patients throughout the Islip community and will be utilized in a similar fashion to the existing site at 2701 Sunrise Highway in Islip Terrace. I have Dan Abruzzi available from Stony Brook University. He's a facilities manager if the board has any questions for him. If not, I will move on to the parking relaxation.
Why don't you move on and we'll come back with any questions we have later.
Sure. As this board knows, the applicant is seeking a parking relaxation as part of the proposed re-tenanting process. The code requires 127 spaces and the applicant proposes 36 spaces. Before I turn it over to Andrew Valari of Stonefield Engineering, I'd like to clarify that while the requested relaxation may appear significant, the existence of the cross-access parking easement with all nearby parcels ensures that the site can support the requested relaxation. Additionally, the applicant has agreed to make any requested improvements to the parking lot located at the rear of the gym, which the applicant does not own. The applicant will work in conjunction with the property owners and the planning department to determine the exact scope of these improvements. The applicant is prepared to repair all potholes, make improvements to the existing trash enclosures, restripe the lot to the satisfaction of the planning board and planning department. With that, I'll turn it over to Andrew to speak more in depth about the parking study and the parking usage at the subject site. Andrew, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Andrew Valeri. That's spelled V as in Victor, I-L-L-A-R-I. I'm a project manager at Stonefield Engineering and Design, located at 1601 Veterans Memorial Highway, Suite 330 in Islandia, New York. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New York, and I have provided expert testimony previously for this board. I want to make my presentation as brief as possible, just understanding the lateness of hour with respect to the board. But I just want to get a couple of things on the record, as I know there's a couple of open items regarding specifically the parking at this location. Something that's important to keep in mind, and Mr. Kennedy mentioned that in his introduction as well, is that there was a prior application on this property in 2018. My firm also worked on that application. Mr. Kennedy mentioned a hearing in March of 2018. What's important to note is that there also was a conditional approval that was issued on April 25th of 2018 for a learning experience daycare center occupying the same space. The concept of the application is the same. The gym would be reduced and a new tenant would take the space up front. In this case, we're talking about Stony Brook Medical. Jumping to the parking study, because parking studies are relatively straightforward. You start with the existing condition. You understand how much parking they currently need, all of the uses that you see on the aerial exhibit in front of you, and all the parking lots that are under a shared parking agreement here. You look at how much parking they currently need, and then you have to account for what's going to happen in the future. And what's going to happen in the future here is that the gym gets smaller and the medical office goes up front. So what we counted was exactly what you see on the screen. We've broken it down into lots A, B, C, and D. A is generally in front of where the gym is located today. B is in front of the theater arts school. C on the west side, it functions as primarily parking for the garden apartments there. And then when you get towards the rear, you have extra availability for both the gym and residents. The question is, when did we do our parking counts, or on what days and why? We did 4 days of counts. We did 2 weekdays and 2 Saturdays. The reason that we did 2 days on a weekday and a Saturday is because we did a day where there was no event at the theater, and then there was, and then on a day when there was an event on the theater. The theater typically holds events on weekends, specifically, like midday on Saturdays when they have an event. Occasionally, and I'm talking about the prior operator, of course, there was maybe once a month they held a weekday matinee. So actually, we have four data sets here. 2 weekdays, 2 Saturdays, one with an event, one without an event. And really, we did that in early March of this year. It was actually a convenient time to do traffic and parking counts because it was, about 2 weeks before Governor Cuomo's lockdown went into effect. So, are our accounts affected by COVID that we're all very familiar with now? No. So all the data that we have to establish the baseline condition is very appropriate. In total, there's 273 parking spaces in the amalgam of lots A through D. As I mentioned before, lot A does provide the parking for the gym today, or the majority of it. Something to keep in mind is that it's a relatively undersized parking lot for the amount of parking it has. So as part of this application, we're actually making some site plan modifications that we can get into a little bit further later, where we're actually providing industry standard, parking stall lengths and widths and drive aisles, really bringing that up to the current, modern standards, where today it's a little bit substandard. It's kind of tight to get around that area. Excuse me. And yeah, just one thing I want to mention before we move on to the future condition is that these lots do operate under a shared parking agreement, and there is cross access that was provided. What's proposed in a nutshell in this application is that there be 5,638 square feet of Stony Brook Medical Office up front. On the, what I mean by up front is on the Montauk Highway Main Street frontage of the building. The gym that currently occupies that space would reduce in floor area. Want to note that we did receive a comment letter dated November 3rd, 2020 from the town's traffic engineer, LK McLean, and also some similar comments from staff that are generally related to the LK McLean comments. We are in receipt of those. We're in the process of preparing a full formal response to all those comments, so we'll be able to provide that after this hearing. The question is, how do you account for additional parking generated by medical use? What we did in the study that we submitted, and just for the benefit of the record, we did submit a study that was dated March 17th, 2020. We're in the process of updating that study, so I'm just going to use that as a frame of reference, but we have prepared additional analyses. Regarding how much parking a medical office generates, the town parking requirement mandates 1 parking stall per every 150 square feet. We had previously used the industry standard Institute of Transportation Engineers parking generation manual to inform us on kind of the same thing, how much parking does a medical office need? It was less conservative than the town's requirement, and that was a comment that was raised by the reviewer. And what's important to keep in mind here is that we're going to use the town's 1 per 150 requirement. We're not going to discuss any different parking requirement. We're going to use what the town's requirement is here. Something that Mr. Kennedy mentioned in his introduction was the variation in activity at a medical center on a weekday versus a Saturday. We do have a memo. I'm not sure if it's been submitted into the record yet, but it is from Stony Brook talking about how on Saturday they really operate on a skeleton crew, 1 provider versus 3 or 4 providers on a weekday. So we do see a much reduced parking demand on Saturday. So if you're going to look at what times of day this is busy, the theater, which would be busiest on a Saturday, it's when the medical office would be least busy. So you have a sort of a symbiotic relationship here where you have these uses that are very compatible with each other. Something that I want to point out is that the prior approval for the daycare center on this site, it indicated that, or the traffic study that we had prepared at that time indicated that there would be somewhere between 50 and 55 cars added by that daycare center. When you look at a medical office of this size, you'd only see that there'd be about 38 cars generated. So we're substantially less than the prior approval for this project. Something that we had previously done in our study, and Mr. Colgan commented on the same thing, is that we took a reduction for the gym floor area being reduced. The idea being there that if there's less treadmills and less places to work out, maybe the gym membership goes down. No point in belaboring that argument. What we've decided to do was remove that reduction altogether. So we've made a couple of very conservative analysis changes. So we did not take any credit for the gym parking being reduced. And transitioning a little bit to where specifically people are going to park, Lot A in the future would provide exclusive parking for Stony Brook Medical. Right now it has 51 parking spaces, and that would be reduced to 36 in the future. And that's up for the same reasons I mentioned previously. We're bringing the dimensions of that parking lot up to current industry standards. So since Lot A would be exclusively for Stony Brook medical parking, there's actually another improvement that's proposed here where the access to the northern part of this building for the gym would be improved, where the gym would be exclusively accessed from the rear. So there was a couple of questions from LK McLean and staff regarding the same. How will this work just functionally? And in a nutshell, medical parking would park up front in Lot A, and the gym would be prohibited from parking there. Their access would be shifted to the back. All of the gym parking would be shifted to the rear. So just going to the future condition, when you count for the reduction in parking, there's 273 parking stalls today. If you take out 15 for improving Lot A, there's going to be a total of 258 in the amalgam in the future. And what you find is that if you look at how will this operate in the future on days with events and without events, without any events, weekday and Saturday, it's going to operate very, very well. There's going to be upwards of 65 parking stalls available at any one time. On Saturday, it's like I mentioned, the skeleton crew of the medical staff. It's really not something to worry about. The total amount of parking generated by Stony Brook on Saturday, it's not even worth considering. The critical condition here will be on a weekday when there is an event at the theater school. And like I said, it's maybe it happened once a month with the prior operator. The new operator released their schedule for the winter spring. All of their events are happening on Saturday. So it remains to be seen if there even will be another theater event during the weekday at this location. But even in that critical condition, there'd still be about 20 parking spaces left over. So you see that there actually would be extra parking even in the most critical condition. Something I wanted to indicate, and Mr. Kennedy also mentioned this, is that we have a couple of recommendations that we're going to make just to avail the most amount of parking in Lot A for medical patient or patrons. We're going to make a recommendation to have the operator provide some of their employees to park in the rear as well, just to avail more spaces for patients in the most convenient location. It's going to avoid unnecessary circulation. And what's important to keep in mind here is that the prior approval from April of 2018, one of the conditions of approval was that the leases of all of these uses, it mandated that they had to put something in their lease to encourage parking in the rear for their employees. So my final point is just to reemphasize the improvement that the applicant's doing, not only to Lot A, but also Lot B, which they do not own. They're going to be doing some repaving and restriping in that area to really make it a nice area, because it's going to be a little bit more lively when you see more gym patrons parking that way. But just in a nutshell, if you were to compare this application to the prior application that was approved by this board, you'd see that a medical use generates less parking than a daycare. And when it's all said and done with this application, even on the most critical day, when there is an event on a weekday, which is very unlikely to happen, there's still enough parking to support all of the uses on this site. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or we move on to the next witness.
Why don't we move on and then we'll come back
Sure.
with questions at the end.
Thank you.
Sure. At this time, I'd call on Jerry Jazario of Jarmel Cazel Architecture to provide some details about the site plan that's displayed on the screen.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jerry Jazario. I'm the Director of Civil Engineering for the firm Jarmel Cazel Architects and Engineers. Business address of 42 Ochner Parkway in Livingston, New Jersey, 07039. I know I'll be brief as well, understanding the hour. My testimony tonight is limited to the improvements in the front parking lot. This lot, as Mr. Valari mentioned, is presently striped for about 51 vehicles, but as it exists, really not one stall, including the ADA accessible stalls, comply with the town of Islip's development regulations or the national ADA standard. So as part of this application, we're proposing to reconfigure the existing lot and correct the numerous deficiencies. As Mr. Valari noted, the current plan, proposed plan that you see in front of you, provides for 36 spaces inclusive of the ADA spaces. All the spaces, depth, width, aisle widths will now comply with Islip's development regulations. I just want to note, so while we are reducing the stripe number of stalls from 50 or 51 existing to 36, I'd submit that the current lot, although striped for that many spaces, in reality, because of their deficiencies, many spots are near impossible to maneuver in and out of, especially if there are cars to the left or right. So although we're reducing the count from existing to now, I would say that in reality, you wouldn't get much more than 36 spaces in the lot today, even though it's striped for 50. We're also able to achieve this with no increase to the impervious coverage, so there's no negative impact on the drainage system. We're doing that by the addition of landscape islands in the center parking lot, as well as converting some asphalt areas along Montauk that were kind of excess, not serving any purpose, converting those back to green space. And continue on the landscape. Under the existing conditions per code, 20% overall is required. Existing conditions, there's 19.1%. And with the proposed plan, it'll be 20.5%. So we'd be bringing that into conformance with the current standards. 50% front yard landscaping is required. Currently, there's 38.4%. Under the new modified plan, it would go up to 45.6%. So although still not compliant with 50, greatly improved from the 38.4%. Next, as part of our improvements, we're also proposing new lighting for the parking area. This will be accomplished with just 2 poles, one in each of the new islands to be constructed in the center of the lot. The poles will be 18 feet. The fixtures will be the energy efficient. They'll have 0 sky glow, so the lighting is directed downward. And so we're keeping them in the middle of the lot, so any lighting at the exteriors is minimized. And lastly, to note is we're proposing some wayfinding signage. That's the green image on the site plan. We've got them in 3 locations. What they do is they'll direct patrons that the front lot is for the medical use only, and that the parking for the fitness center is located in the rear of the building. And that, hopefully that eases the parking in the front and directs patrons. Hopefully there's 2 at the front, so hopefully they see it before they turn in. If they turn in, there's one on the island to the right of the building. They can loop around and go out. So with that concludes my presentation on the proposed improvements.
Thank you, Jerry. Now, during our conversations with the planning department, they made several requests that the applicant upgrade the exterior of the existing fitness center and the rear entryway to the gym. I'd call on Mark Mancini to speak to the existing the proposed improvements, as well as the existing site plan. Mark, are you there?
Yes, I am. Sorry about that. You can hear me now? Yes. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. If we can scroll down one more on the drawing and get to the rear entranceway. I believe we have a drawing. During the process, the planning department, rightfully so, came back with comments very concerned about the entranceway to the gym in the back. As you well know, the board, I'm sure, knows that this used to be East Islip High School. And the way this was designed, it had separate buildings, and I'm sure it was added on over time. And it created these alleyways in between. If we can go down a little further, I believe we'll find the drawing that is sketched out of just the rear section. And it looks like
that's this one.
There it is. Yes, this one. SK03. The lower plan that you see there, one of the concerns the planning department had is that we had a long, dark alleyway that would create a public, not safe environment. So with all the people coming to the gym, what we decided to do is create what we would referred to as a plaza. What we did, if you look in the middle, you'll see two doors right in the middle there. That is a fence going across, separating the Stony Brook side from the gym side. We anticipate that some of the employees will be coming through this area for Stony Brook, go through that gateway, and then go into the medical space in the rear section where there's a doctor's office, so they can enter. The whole front section here is the gym entrance. We enhanced it. If you zoom in on that, you would see cameras called out. Some of the landscaping that you see there is actually existing. There's a very tall tree. We'd like to keep a lot of that. The space actually looks fairly nice in the back there, but the concrete is old and it needs to be upgraded. So we are proposing to do a nice plaza style paving area and then create more lighting, low lighting. We don't want to make it obstructing the residents who are pretty much adjacent to this and to the direct rear. The area, this was the first attempt. This photo is actually what this plaza looks like right now. We did put some bollard lights in there. But this plan was done later, and we decided to make this whole place an entrance plaza. You'll also see a bike rack and that type of sustainable items that we decided to put in there to make this more of a place that people who are exercising actually ride their bike to go to. So while I was there looking at this site, I noted that several people who lived in the apartments were actually walking to the gym. So as Brian called out in the front, in the beginning of this is a great use. It's complementary. And I think the medical space that we're putting in the front is going to give the opportunity for this gym to actually get enhanced even more, because it's going to reduce the square footage that it has to operate in. And it'll be more sustainable for a neighborhood gym that I think is doing well, but it's a very difficult time. Brian?
Just to briefly conclude, Mr. Chairman, the applicant's proposed re-tenanting will lead to dramatic improvements to the site. You've heard everyone testify to the new signage, plantings, improved parking lots at the front and rear of the building, improved sighting and surveillance cameras. History tells us that a fitness center cannot succeed in a space this large at that location. The applicant is proposing a use that is complementary to the existing uses at the site. It will also prevent any additional vacant commercial space in the town of Islip. Signage will be placed in the front lot, restricting parkings. All employees will be encouraged to park as far from the site as possible. Additionally, there are no open violations in the site. And as Andrew discussed and I discussed, the cross-access parking agreement ensures that there will be sufficient parking for all uses at the surrounding site. The applicant understands that should this board recommend approval, they will be required to provide significant upgrades to parking lots at the site, including property they do not own. They are prepared to do so and eager to demonstrate that they are valuable members of the Islip community. With that, we ask that this board look favorably on our application, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you. We're going to go to public comment. We'll come back for a staff report and then questions. I have Eleanor Gum. Once you're ready to unmute, you can go ahead and speak.
Yes, hello. I'm here to speak on behalf of a number of patrons as well as myself. Been longtime attendees of the fitness center and the concerns about the parking, which have been adequately addressed, however, does not relay or show in the site plan. I was aware of the daycare proposal, which also was a even larger concern. This medical proposal, although it's a great use, I still think the square footage, the size of this, and with the reference to exclusive use of the parking lot marked A in the front, by only the medical patrons is definitely going to propose a problem, which has been ongoing in that area. Once the theater is open and the gym is running at full capacity, which it should be at some time, these parking observations and traffic patterns that have been observed during a very different type of year, I do not think adequately reflect what's going to happen, particularly with the ingress, even though there's a traffic light at the entrance to the theater and the gym. With school buses for the shows, the matinees during the day. Again, you know, we're all aware of this. I understand the architect and their planning committee is aware of this too, but it's just, it really needs to be further examined, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Laura Caligari. When you're ready, you can unmute and go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, you're on.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't prepared to speak this evening, but I think my husband might want to. Hold on.
Hi, thank you. My name is Paul. I think some of the questions that were mentioned in regard to the parking were more smoke and mirrors. As Eleanor mentioned, parking is tough in the front, and if it's going to be exclusively for the medical facility, with the overflow going to residents, going into the back, and they have mentioned that the employees are supposed to park in the back. The medical employees are supposed to park in the back. There'll be no parking for the gym people. Also, you have COVID restrictions now that, as they mentioned, limited some of the occupancy at the gym, but now we have the vaccines coming, and hopefully we'll be back to full capacity at that gym, which we may need more space instead of less space. We have just to the east of the proposed property, a lot that's already has a 5,800 square foot medical building approved, plans approved. Why can't they utilize that? Across the street on the other side of Laurel, there's another vacant lot. Why can't they use that? Across the street by Pat's Marketplace, there's vacant lots there, store spaces there. Why can't they use that? That is really my complaint, and I don't feel it's fair to the community, even when there are performances being done at the Bayway Arts Center. As a resident in the neighborhood, you see people parking down Maryland Street and walking across Main Street to get to it. So they're not addressing all of the parking concerns. They're just smoke and mirrors.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Rashawn Scantlebury. Once you're ready, just unmute. You can go ahead and speak.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
How's it going? I'm new to the area, but I'm a new member to the gym. Oh, what's going on? Start my video. I don't have a video. Okay. I'm a new member to the gym. I love the gym. I can't understand why they need another pediatrician in the area. There's 9 within 3 miles of the gym. So I can't understand why we need another one. I'm basically just here supporting the gym. I would like the gym to stay as is. I don't think it's necessary to go through any of that. That's basically it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Bells. Mr. Bells, when you're ready, you can unmute and go ahead and speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here again also on behalf of the gym. I feel that especially right now with COVID, take away space inside the gym will kill the ability to attend the gym as we do in the safety protocols, being 6 feet apart on the equipment and all that. And the parking is horrendous as it is. There's sometimes you do have to park across and walk in, especially when the theater is operational. I just feel it's a bad idea. It'll make things worse. And to park in the back it's horrendous as it is, especially with the other medical place that is attached, that they're all over there too. So I just think it's a horrendous idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, those are all that I see. Oh, I have Thomas, is it Briotti? Once you're ready, you can unmute and go ahead and speak.
Just give me a sec. Yeah, the points that I wanted to make also in reference to the health club is, while the gentleman had mentioned that there was only one event a month, I did hear that they factored that there is school events there every day, which causes an undue hardship in parking. In addition, taking away gym space, actually building another medical facility is something I don't think we need in this area. I think gym membership and gym club is something that we need, that helps people develop good habits in terms of health. That's more needed than another facility. And I feel and concur with many of the members that just spoke with respect to parking. The rear end of the building parking is horrendous, and I understand they're looking to develop some additional parking back there, but I don't know how you take away the whole front and push it to the back, and that will facilitate adequate parking for gym membership, as well as people who live in the building and medical facilities in the area. So again, I'm one too. I'm an Islip resident, and I would just like to object to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I see. Oh, Maria Marcia. When you're ready, just unmute. You can go ahead. Maria, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. Sorry about that. I'm obviously not Maria. I'm Bob. I'm Marasha. I'm a member of the gym. I've been going there for quite some time. There's no other gyms in the general area for people that live in Islip, East Islip, Islip Terrace, Oakdale. And to squeeze the gym for parking space would only make it inconvenient for members, and I would hate to see the gym be forced to go out of business because it didn't have enough space for people to park. Part of a gym in a community like Islip, it's a place where people go because it's convenient. And I think there's plenty of medical facilities and other space available all along Montauk Highway from Sayville West to Islip, and I can't see what taking the frontal space out of the gym would be worth any benefit. It'd be extremely small. I would guess you wouldn't be able to have more than 3 or 4 office spaces there, you know, at most. I would just not be in favor of it at all, being a resident in this area for the last 25 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this application? Not seeing anyone who hasn't already spoke. I'm going to turn to Mr. Colgan to give us a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated by the applicant, this application proposes to change the use of approximately 5,600 square feet of an existing health club to a pediatric medical office. Change of use on the property was approved by the board back in 2018 for a daycare center. Parking was the primary issue at that time. The applicant was required to make a good faith effort to negotiate with the Fairfield apartment complex to have the unimproved portion of the parking lot in the rear of that property repaired and improved for compliant parking. This improvement never materialized. While the increase in overall parking demand appears minor by magnitude, it does become problematic when taken into account the peak parking demands of all the uses adjacent to the site. The pediatric office would require all the on-site parking by town code, and the health club would be reliant on off-site parking. It should be noted that the original set of uses, the apartments, the theater, the health club, were approved by the town back in the 80s because the uses complement each other and had little conflict with each other. It was also demonstrated then that if the theater sells out, there was insufficient parking in the front yard and the rear parking had to be utilized by that use. The applicant has submitted a parking study for the change to medical office use. The town had the town's traffic consultant analyze the parking study, and there were some outstanding questions from that initial review, including what the attendance data was for theater events, the evidence that the health club attendance would drop due to decreased activity, and the recommendation that the rear parking lot and entrance to the health club be improved to encourage efficient utilization of all parking. I don't want to belabor too many of the points that the traffic engineer made. It's an improvement that they will rely on the town standard of 1 spot per 150 square feet. That has been observed by the town engineer and the Division of Engineering that is more appropriately applied to medical offices within the township, just because we're a different area. And the ITE manual does recommend that local data be furnished when appropriate, and we do think it's appropriate this time. The ITE manual calls for roughly half of the parking supply that the town code calls for, which the town staff believes is definitively insufficient. It should be noted that the board has not granted significant relaxations from the medical office requirements unless unique mitigating factors existed. Insufficient on-site parking will also encourage parking in unstriped areas or encourage motorists to leave the site and get back onto Main Street to find parking elsewhere. It should be noted that on-street parking was a complaint of Laurel Avenue residents at prior hearings for adjacent sites. Providing convenient parking for all users will likely prevent that type of impact from occurring in the future. The improvement of the Fairfield lot could help minimize future parking conflicts and should be explored thoroughly, which it's promising that the applicant is doing. In addition, the applicant is proposing to improve the entranceway to the rear health club entrance, which should help encourage parking in the rear. Given that we do have outstanding comments from that traffic study and the applicant is looking to address them, we feel it's appropriate that we have the applicant address them prior to bringing this back to the board for some sort of recommendation. With that, the staff would recommend that the board reserve decision tonight.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant or Mr. Colgan? Mr. Bruno.
I'm sorry, I might have missed this. I just want to ask Mr. Kennedy, the health club giving up the space, is the health club looking to do that, or is this something, because people seem to be asking about like that somehow? I'm just curious how that evolved, only because the people in support of the health club seem to be indicating that this is not something that the health club wants to do.
Mr. Bruno, I'm very glad you asked that question. At this point, I'm going to call on Leon Mayer if you're available to speak to that exact point.
Am I good to speak now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Hi, this is Leon Mayer. First of all, thank you to the chairman and the board for, hearing us at this hour. Thank you to all the community members and specifically to the gym patrons that came to, relay their concerns and give their input. I represent the landlord at the site, and I'm not going to get into all the details. The hour's late, but I think it's important for people to hear a very brief history just in the past 2 to 3 years of the building. What was mentioned before by Mr. Kennedy is absolutely true. The reason why there is a proposed change of use for a portion of the building now, and there was in 2018 when the daycare was in play, is specifically because a 20,000 square foot facility as a fitness center in this location will unfortunately not be able to make it from a business standpoint. Since the past 3 years, there's been 3 changes in ownership in the fitness center precisely because they have not been able to be successful from a business standpoint. The space is too large. The costs involved in running an operation that large are too hefty, and the demand apparently is not great enough to support the business. So about a year ago, maybe a little bit more, when the previous gym owner went out of business and pretty much in the process drove the entire gym into the ground, which was unfortunate for a gym that has such a storied past and history in this business, in this location, in this building, to be basically buried with the previous owner who wasn't able to operate in the entire building. I came in as a landlord, worked hand in hand with local operators, people who have been present at this facility for many years, provided all of the financial support to help build the gym back up, all the new equipment that's in the gym, all of the improvements that I hope and I believe all of the gym patrons that have spoken tonight have benefited from and have appreciated. All of that came from ownership support to ensure that a gym can remain as a thriving business in the building. Part of that was when we initially put them in the building, we initially signed the lease with the newest operator, has been doing amazing work at keeping the gym running on the highest level possible, was to try to look for new ways to cut down on the costs of the operation of the gym and to allow the gym to succeed for the long term. The most fundamental change that had to occur that to happen is to find a new use that would, at the most minimal level, influence negatively the way the gym runs, but at the same time ease the financial burden of gym ownership and the gym operator. And that's how we came into play, not to try to put the gym out of business on any level, the exact opposite. We came into play to support the gym and to keep the gym running. We provided all the financial backing for that, all of the planning, and are here only to support the gym. Any of the members in the gym, some of you might recognize me even from walking around and coming by all the time to check on everything, but you could speak to the gym operators, to the gym managers. They all know me. They'll all tell you the type of support they've gotten from me. And our whole goal over here is to ensure the survival of the gym by bringing in a complementary use that will, in the most minimal way possible, negatively influence the performance of the gym. So that's really my main point here. I think it's better if Andrew or Brian speaks to some of the other issues that were brought up by the town and by anybody else, but that's really what I wanted to add. And if there are any questions on that, I'm happy to speak to it.
Mr. Bruno, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
So I guess either to Mr. Colgan's point, I mean, Mr. Kennedy, you're still going to get resolution to those questions that need to be answered?
We will. I will work with Andrew and we will provide those in the coming weeks.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the issues that have been raised by all the speakers tonight really deal with parking. And I think those questions need to be answered so that a determination can be made on this application. Are there further questions from board members? Not seeing any or hearing any, I will ask if there is a motion. Mr. Kennedy, would you like to add anything further?
Not at this time.
Okay, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to close the hearing and make a motion to reserve decision tonight.
It's a motion by Mr. Brown to reserve decision this evening. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Moriarty. All in, and I should say a motion to close the public hearing and reserve decision. And second by Mr. Moriarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. The motion is granted with reserved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, item number 8, major subdivision decision item, Settlers Road subdivision, Hop, formerly Christer Estates, MS 2007-005, northerly terminus of Settlers Road, 120 feet north of Old Post Road, Hop. Applicant requests a 90-day extension of the final approval on a 10-lot major subdivision. Is the applicant here? Or are we going right to Mr. Gonzalez?
I believe it's just the staff report tonight, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gonzalez, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This application was last heard on August 20th of this year and granted a 90-day extension to fulfill all requirements of the final resolution for the major subdivision. At this time, as it was back in August, the applicant still needs to obtain a release of part of the mortgage premises from the Suffolk County Clerk because of the prior ownership and the change in ownership. However, due to the current COVID-19 health crisis, they have been met with extended delays in that regard. So, these circumstances are actually summarized in the attached correspondence from the representative, Mr. DiNicola. He has a letter that he submitted, which should be in your packets. So based on this, staff recommends the board grant the allowable 90-day extension of the final approval, subject to the attached final resolution.
Are there any questions for Mr. Gonzalez?
Mr. Chair, just one question. Tanner, do we currently still have all the bonds in place for the subdivision?
So the ownership changed. A new group took over that's going to be carrying this subdivision forward.
Okay.
And they need to release the mortgage that was on the property from the prior owner first, and then they're going to have all the bonds and dedication and easement paperwork put forward, but they need to get that executed first before they put all that in place.
Okay, so once the mortgage is released, then the new group posts bonds with the town?
Correct, and all those figures were updated in anticipation of the new ownership, so they are all current.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tanner.
Any further questions for Mr. Gonzalez? Not seeing any. Is there a motion? Mr. Matamor. You're on mute.
Yes, I make a motion to grant the application as laid out by Mr. Gonzalez and subject to the information that he just provided to us as to the history.
It's a motion by Mr. Matamor to grant the application as stated by Mr. Gonzalez. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Mr. Moriarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion is granted. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Don't go too far. Site plan modification decision item, Alex Hurst, SP 2019-054, south side of Moffett Boulevard, number 260, 240 feet east of Grant Avenue, Islip. Pursuant to 68-344B, applicant requests the waiver of a surety bond to cover the cost of a potential future demolition of a mini storage warehouse to allow for other permitted uses. Is the applicant here, or are we going right to Mr. Gonzalez? I see the applicant, who is speaking on behalf of the applicant. On behalf of the applicant.
Yes, this is Brian Schimmel. I'm the insurance agent that tried to place the bond for Palatine for Alex Hurst.
This is John Angelo.
Okay,
if you can hear, can you?
We can hear you. Who's going to make the presentation?
John Angelo from Harris Beach. I'm sorry, I had some technical difficulties while I was trying to turn on my video.
Okay.
So good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Planning Board. John Anzalone for Harris Beach PLLC, located at 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Suite 901, Uniondale, New York, 11553. I'm here tonight with respect to Powell Islip Storage LLC's request to the Planning Board to waive the submission of a surety bond associated with the expansion of an e-storage warehouse in accordance with Town Code Section 68344B1. With me today to answer any questions the board may have regarding the applicant's efforts to obtain a surety bond that these individuals will not otherwise testify are Brian, who you just heard from TBM Multifamily, the applicant's broker with respect to insurance and bonds, Seth Saderman, representative of the applicant. Also from the applicant, we have Chris Governor on this call, and Susie Silverstein of VHB, the project engineers. At the outset, we note that we have reviewed the planning department's draft conditions of approval that we believe it is recommending to this board. The applicant agreed to the covenants, which were signed and submitted to the town engineering division prior to tonight's hearing. This is a straightforward application, as this is an existing mini storage facility that has been operating for approximately 2 decades. The property is a mid-block parcel located along Moffett Boulevard between Greer and Comac Road, situated along the north side of the LRR tracks. By way of background, the applicant submitted an application last year to permit the addition to the existing facility that it requires no dimensional Board of Zoning Appeals or Planning Board variances. In compliance with the town's provisions to allow the facility to exceed 0.42 FAR without requiring a variance, the facility was redesigned to provide compliant front and overall landscaping. The existing renewable solar energy system will provide for more than 50% of the building's energy demand. Further, the applicant worked with Kelly Wozniak of the planning department to redesign the building's exterior, and planning's approval of the elevations was received last year on November 4th, 2019. At this time, the applicant has received confirmation from the engineering division that it has satisfied all other provisions of the code, including those incorporated into the signed covenants, with the exception of filing a surety bond for the partial demolition of the facility in the event the use ever changes. As noted in the letter submitted in support of this request, the applicant undertook substantial efforts to obtain the surety bond. After the amount was confirmed by the town engineering division on October 5th, the efforts continued through the end of though it's through its broker, TBM, the applicant reached out to several commercial surety bond companies, brokers, and experts. The letter submitted with this request details the specific issuers and brokers that TBM reached out to in an effort to obtain the surety bonds and their responses received. In summation, since the town does not have a form of a surety bond and the requirements are not specified in the town code, the surety bond companies were unsure of what type of surety bond is actually required. TBM was also advised that there is no surety bond that appears to be available in the New York market for the potential future condition contemplated by Town Code Section 68344B1. Finally, TBM also reached out to Edwards and Company, which it was advised consults with the town on risk-related issues. We thank them, as well as the town attorney's office and engineering division, for their willingness to discuss trying to resolve this issue. Edwards and Company put TBM in contact with John C. Wagner at AA Plus Bonding to try to formulate a solution. Mr. Wagner, however, advised that without a surety bond form from the town or exact specifications of the surety bond, it could not provide guidance or obtain an issuable surety bond for this matter. For these reasons, we respectfully request this board grant the requested waiver of the surety bond filing requirement. Otherwise, we are here to answer any questions this board may have. On behalf of my client, thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the applicant's representative stated, this is an industrial 1 zone parcel, about 1.6 acres, currently an already existing and operating mini storage facility, 43,187 square feet, 2 stories, originally CO'd in 1982 as a 1-story, and then they had a 2nd-story addition in 2002. As stated in the presentation, they're proposing to construct a partial 3rd story, adding about a little over 22,000 square feet to the building, along with increased landscaping and parking lot reconstruction. As part of their building addition, the FAR is being increased beyond the 64.6% that currently is there, that was granted by the ZBA in 1998, and that's going up to about 95%. Per the town code, an FAR of up to 100% is allowable if 5 bonus criteria are met. The first one is the submission of a surety bond to cover the costs of a demolition of all or part of the mini storage warehouse to facilitate in its future conversion to other permitted uses that are in a fashion compliant with the permissible FAR in Industrial 1 and the requirements of the subdivision and land development regulations. And the planning board does have the authority to waive or modify this requirement. So basically, if the business were to be no longer relevant anymore and someone would try to take over the building, That was the safeguard in place that the town code is speaking to. The second requirement is 25% overall landscaping, with half of that located within the front yard. Number 3 is the incorporation of renewable energy that provides for a minimum of 50% of the building's energy demand. And then the 4 and 5 are in regards to the use of superior architecture on the facade of the building, as well as that are not visible from the streets. So criterias 2 through 5 are being met, while the applicant is requesting the waiver of the surety bond. And as the applicant's representative stated, letter. I'm not sure. There's a little echo going on. I'm not sure if you can hear that.
You can hear the echo.
Okay, let's see how we go from here. So they did reach out to 5 different insurance companies and worked with the town attorney's office as well as a consultant through the town, all of which would not or could not provide such a bond that is stipulated by this provision in the town code. This board did waive the surety bond requirement for another storage facility in Ronkonkoma last year. At this point, it has proved to be kind of a very difficult request in order to have the applicants accommodate this, just based on the nature of the bond and the availability that insurance companies are able to provide such a thing. So, discussions will have to be conducted amongst staff to determine whether it's something that's reasonable going forward, if a change needs to be made or it needs to be modified. So based on the fact that, they did make a good faith effort and it has been proven to be unobtainable from several insurance companies, staff recommends the board grant the surety bond waiver subject to the
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Any questions for Mr. Gonzalez or the applicant? I'm not seeing any, so is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to close the hearing and make a motion to grant the application.
Motion by Mr. Brown to grant the application. Is there a second? By Mr. Bruno. Mr. Frugieri had the first voice. Mr. Bruno, you had the first finger up though, but I'm going to give it to the voice. Second by Mr. Frugieri. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have happy holidays.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item 10 on the agenda, Planning Board decision item, Da Vinci Pizza Restaurant, northeast corner of Grundy Avenue and Donald Boulevard, Holbrook, 1191 Grundy Avenue. Applicant requests a Planning Board special permit for a minor restaurant in the Business 1 District pursuant to 68-272.1A to legalize an existing pizzeria. Site plan modifications are required as part of this application. Good evening to the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We're here before you this evening as a continuation of the hearing held originally on September 19th, 2019, subsequently May 20th, 2020. The last board meeting, the special permit for the minor restaurant was approved by the board and was held open for the site plan modifications. We're here before you this evening with a revised site plan that addresses the majority of the concerns of the board per the last meeting, specifically the parking relaxation. I'd like to thank Ms. Wozniak and Mr. Furman from the engineering department for their assistance in developing the current site plan. We are in receipt of the site plan modification conditions. I've reviewed them with my client and we have no objections to them. Regarding the site plan, we took into consideration the concerns of the board and have made the following changes to the current site plan. We further reduced the square footage of the building from 1,600 square feet to 1,500 square feet. The required parking therefore decreased to 22 spaces from 23 spaces. We provided 16 stripe spaces plus 1 land bank space, totaling 17. This will be a 23% parking relaxation, where previously it was 31%. The minimum landscaping on the existing buffer will remain and occupy 34% of the lot. There was no change. The total landscaping increased to 1,672.7 square feet, or 8%. The front yard landscaping decreased to 678.2 square feet, or 3.5%. This was at the request of Mr. Furman in order to accommodate the backup for the parking. Street trees along Grundy Avenue will be 11 and additional 5 along Donald. Again, we do agree to the site plan modification conditions. I just want to mention that I don't think it was mentioned the last time, but the Ralph's Ices is a seasonal business and it runs from April 1st to October 30th. Therefore, the demand on the parking would be reduced during the months. As stated previously, the pizzeria is primarily a takeout restaurant. My client and I have been working diligently with staff and engineering to address the concerns of the board, and we believe the current site plan represents the best solution for the site. We will continue to work with engineering and planning staff to finalize the site plan, the elevations, and obtain the necessary approvals. Based on the above information, we don't believe the granting of this application will have a negative impact on the neighborhood. If there's any questions from the board.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Ms. Wozniak for a report, then we'll come back for any questions. Ms. Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the last planning board hearing, the application was reserved in order to allow the applicant time to further modify the proposed site plan to reduce the relaxations requested. Since then, the applicant has further reduced the size of the building an additional 100 square feet, bringing the parking relaxation requested from 30% to 27%. The applicant has provided a spot for a single land bank parking stall, which would bring the parking relaxation down to 23%. The parking stall does fit dimensionally. However, engineering feels its location is questionable and it would be a tight fit for anyone trying to park there. In addition, the overall and front yard landscaping relaxations have been intensified in order to fit the required parking, bringing the overall landscaping relaxation to 62% and the front yard landscaping relaxation to 69%. However, it is notable that 1/3 of the site is the required landscape buffer, which isn't included in the landscaping calculations. If the board feels comfortable with the relaxation proposed, staff has prepared conditions which provide both landscaping and parking relaxations and require the installation of one of the land bank parking stalls if problems occur.
Thank you, Ms. Wozniak. Any questions for Ms. Wozniak or the applicant? Not seeing anybody posing any. Is there a motion? Mr. Moriarty.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would move to have the proposal approved this evening. I guess we're not in the hearing, so decision item, so we don't have to close the hearing. But I'd make a motion then to approve the application subject to the CNRs that had been agreed to by the applicant.
Thank you. The motion by Mr. Moriarty to approve the application subject to the CNRs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bruno. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. The application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a happy holiday.
Thank you.
Item 11 on the agenda, Joseph Howard, CZ 2020-022, west side of Bayport Avenue, number 294, approximately 137 feet south of Montauk Highway, State Route 27A, Bayport, 294 Bayport Avenue. Applicant requests a modification of covenants and restrictions associated with TC 4090 in order to increase the square footage of the existing mixed-use building by 1,715 square feet and to construct a 1,606 square foot detached garage. Is the applicant here? When you're ready.
Good evening. Thomas Bloor, the architect for the project, 60 Carlton Avenue, Suite 202, Islip Terrace. This case was heard last month Since then, I received a draft copy from planning of the covenants and restrictions containing 9 items, reviewed them with my client and agreement with all of those items. If you have any questions on the application or the intent, I can, go through those as well.
Why don't I go to Mr. Colgan for a report, and then we'll come back with any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated by the applicant, this was previously heard on November 12th. Primary concern raised at that time was how the detached garage could be used for, or what the detached garage could be used for if the GST zoning was left in place. The staff has added a covenant limiting the use of the new structure to a detached garage. That would be an accessory to a single-family home or 2-family home. With regards to potentially rezoning to a single-family district, the town is likely to adopt a new land use plan for the section of Bayport next week. The subject parcel is recommended for inclusion in a new overlay zoning district that would permit retail uses and exclude auto-oriented uses such as convenience markets, fast foods, and gas stations. Given that rezoning this to single family would preclude potentially beneficial uses to downtown Bayport and seems counter to the study's recommendation, it is the staff's recommendation that the GST zoning be left in place. Those uses that are more intense, such as a restaurant, will be difficult to place on the site given the lack of opportunity for on-site parking and would need this board's permission to do so. And also the staff would not likely to be recommended. So based on that, the staff would recommend that the board grant the modification and covenants subject to the newly revised covenants that were submitted earlier this week.
Thank you, Mr. Colgan. Any questions for Mr. Colgan or the applicant? Not seeing any. Is there a motion?
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to,
Mr. Brown.
I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing and grant the application, subject to the covenants that were received this week and agreed upon.
There's a motion by Mr. Brown to grant the application subject to the covenants. Is there a second? Mr. Matamore, I'm going to take that hand as a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions? We're approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Guys.
Town Board application recommendation item 2300 Sunrise Realty LLC, care of John Sell, CZ 2019-009, southwest corner of Sunrise Highway Service Road, State Route 27, number 2300 and Comac Road, 2300 Sunrise Highway, Islip. Applicant requests a change of zone from Residence B District to Business 3 District, a Town Board special permit for a gasoline service station pursuant to 68-302C, and a Planning Board special permit for a convenience market to 68-302.1D. I'm guessing there is a typo there, but that's what it says. Site plan modifications are required as part of this application. Mr. Germano, go ahead. You're on mute. Mr. Germano, you need to unmute. There you go.
Sorry. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I know it's late. Since the application was heard last September, there were some questions raised about the left turn movement and the turn and the driveway access from to and from Sunrise Service Road South. And I think you received copies of the letters that we have received from the New York State DOT, in which they have no objection, stated they have no objection to the driveway layout, the proposed driveway layout on South Service Road. Subsequently, we asked through Wayne Muller, our traffic consultant, if they would permit us to install a no turn on right sign at the corner of the South Service Road and Comac Road to prohibit right turn lanes, right turn movements on the red signal. And this, of course, will assist in reducing traffic movements on the green signal from Comac Road north and south, so that any vehicles attempting to make a left turn into the proposed state property will not have to contend with right turn movements on that green signal. In addition, we were asked to see if DOT had jurisdiction over the over Comac Road area where the left turn would be located into the site, and received a letter, I believe today, in which the DOT said that they have no jurisdiction over that. They raised no objections to it, and they said that that was under the jurisdiction of the town of Islip. And we've noted all along that the town's highway department had no objection to the left turn, and neither did the town's traffic consultant. So I think we've submitted everything that the board has requested. I believe we've answered all the questions. We're prepared to sign. We agree with the covenants that have been proposed. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Mr. Colgan for a report, and then we'll come back if we have any questions.
Okay.
Yeah, but the staff received that email today from New York State DOT stating that they had no objections to the lefts into the site. So I believe that satisfied or answers the board's questions with regards to whether or not that will be a permitted movement. And as stated by Mr. Germano, neither the town's traffic safety nor the town's traffic consultants have any objection to that movement. And obviously the no right turn red is beneficial in reducing the conflicts with that particular movement. So we looked at the board, how they want to move from here.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Colgan? Any questions for the applicant? Is there a motion? Mr. Frugieri.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this application. It makes significant improvements in the area, especially from a traffic standpoint. Moving the curb cut into the site from the Sunrise Highway Service Road further west gives you a lot more space and makes a safer turning movement. And making the no left turn on red at that intersection also improves the safety of the Comac Road turning movement. So with that, I make the motion to grant the application subject to the covenants and conditions being signed.
It's a motion by Mr. Frugieri to grant the application subject to the covenants and restrictions. I note for the record, it's a no right turn on red, not a left turn on red.
No, yeah, that wouldn't make it safe.
Is there a Mr. Moriarty? Is that a second?
Yes, I'd like to second the Mr. Ferragiari's motion and also commend the applicant. I think he did an excellent job in meeting concerns that were raised by the board and working with staff to resolve those.
Thank you. So second by Mr. Moriarty, and I concur with his sentiment there as well. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. And it's been a long night. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any new business?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have actually some new old business. I'd like to recall items 2, 3, and 4 from this evening's public hearing. I've been giving a lot of thought about the Amazon application and thinking about what the Amazon's lighting expert presented. It is a fully compliant. It is what the lighting plan that they've prepared is fully compliant with our lighting code, and the lighting plan is well thought out and it's sufficient and fully shielded. It is also preferred industrial use at this location because the trip generation is distributed across all non-peak hours, which is a benefit. The application also improves local drainage issues by removing 4 acres of runoff from the impacting Bishop's Lane. I think it is important that we move this application tonight because of the points I just mentioned, and especially because of the jobs that Amazon will be creating at a time when many people have lost their jobs. So with that, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this application.
Mr. Frugieri, let me just get a second on your recall, then I'll let you make the follow-up motion. Is that correct? There's a motion to recall 2, 3, and 4. Is there a second to that motion to recall? A second by Mr. Brown. All in favor of recalling it?
Aye.
And I just had one question also before there's a motion.
Let me just call no. Go
ahead.
No. All in favor, opposed, abstentions. It's granted. We recall Mr. Brown.
Yes, Brian, my only concern with the application earlier, which I think you just clarified for me, was that I thought that they weren't complying with our lighting. And then Mr. DiNicola did say that they did comply with our codes. So I was a little confused with that. Could you just explain that to me?
Yeah, they're fully, the lighting plan that they've presented is, I guess, a little different than what many of the applicants have brought forward. It's a more efficient system and it's fewer lighting poles, which makes the installation a little more cost effective as well. But there's a commissioner's memo that's out there that recommends, it's a guidance for us to decrease the lumens. But this is a plan that, provides the same lighting coverage with less fixtures and doesn't, the big thing is it's shielded and it doesn't extend beyond the boundaries of the property. And with the location of the lighting pole set back 67 feet from the property line, the height of the noise attenuation walls, the nearby residents, the only residents that would be impacted by this wouldn't be impacted at all. And I
Thank you
think
very much.
in light of the current economic situation, I don't want to delay this application and delay the jobs that that Amazon would be creating. I know they've been looking at sites all over Long Island, and I wouldn't want to lose them from ISO.
Yeah, well, with Mr. Ferrajari's explanation and clarification, for me, I could support.
Okay, Mr. Bruno, do you have a point you wanted to make before I call?
I just wanted to say they also agree. And actually, when it comes to the residents, the realization is that that area they're lifting up is actually going to improve the residents because it's going to reduce the flooding in that area in the back. So it's also beneficial to the residents at that level. So I agree with Mr. Ferrajari.
Yeah, I don't want to lose that opportunity. I've seen Amazon move out of communities before, so I don't want to lose that.
Mr. Ferrajari, is there a motion?
With that, I'm going to make a motion that we approve this application subject to planning work of finalizing the covenants and restrictions with the applicant.
There's a motion by Mr. Ferrajari to grant the application subject to planning, finalizing the conditions with the applicant. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I'm not sure who said that. Was that you, Mr. Matamore?
It is.
Okay.
I don't see
Second by Mr. Matamore. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Were granted. Is there a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Mr. Ferrajari to adjourn. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Wow, everybody jumped on that one. I'm gonna give it to Brown though. Second by Mr. Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Good night. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Good night, happy
everyone.
holidays.
New Year.
Happy holidays.